You hear it? Okay, you're good.
Thank you. Okay, members, please turn on your videos, microphones.
Thank you for the patience. Now the meeting is resumed. And let me continue. The meetings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. So those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with the computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will be automatically muted on entry, and when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called to speak. And those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled and you will be only visible during your 5-minute speaking time. All other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, committee adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadlines. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use panelist share screen or any other panelist control. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. And how to receive a decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision will fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee Adjustment and also the Toronto Local Appeal Board, the TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and January removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment as decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, such those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of Committee Adjustment. And the appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of this decision of the committee. And I would also like to read out the hearing procedure. First, when an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentations if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for decision. And each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation and other materials we wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will start first and make a presentation to the committee. And please note the committee might not entertain revisions to proposal of the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to make sure the revised application is accurate and all those entitled to notice of are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. January, we will call the speakers in this room and then move to the people participating through WebEx. Committee member may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant has opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. And this will mark the end of discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for decision. And now I'd like to also know there's any declaration of conflict interest from the staff and also from our panel members for this session? No?
No, Chair.
And also I would like to know whether there's some deferral requests and the next, whether there are minutes to be adopted.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, the minutes from October 29th hearing are ready for adoption.
Yes, can we have a motion to adopt? Yeah, Mr. Gauguin, yeah, a second.
I'll second that, Chair.
Ms. Byers, second. All in favor? It's adopted.
Through you, Madam Chair, I see no files to be closed this morning. Before we get to the deferral, I just wanted to reiterate that recent regulatory changes under the Planning Act to modernize public notice requirements enable municipalities to provide alternative notice of public hearings for minor variance and consent applications. Many municipalities in the Greater Toronto Area and beyond have chosen to provide alternative forms of notice as an interim measure during the Canada Post labor disruption. The city has gone beyond what the regulations require. Some of the things we have done include posting on the City of Toronto website, posting links to the agenda and application information on our web pages, posting on city planning social media channels, posting public hearing signs on the subject site, and publishing the agenda list in the Toronto Star. Through you, Madam Chair, there are 3 requests for deferral. Item number 4, 118 Sheridan Avenue, file number A0513/25TY. Item number 10, 451 Wellesley Street East, file number A0688/25TEY. And item number 12, 12 Sully Crescent, file number A0697/25TEY. At this time, Madam Chair, we can deal with all 3 deferral requests,
Good.
starting with item number 4.
Okay, item, just a reminder, if you have any cell phones in the room, can you please just put it in a silent mode? Now let's start with item number 4. Now, item number 4 is 118 Sheridan Avenue. This is the constructed a new 2-story detached auxiliary building, which is the purpose of will have a lounge and a storage area on the ground floor and a loft on the 2nd floor in the rear yard of the existing 2.5-story townhouse dwelling. This auxiliary building will not be used for habitable space. The existing auxiliary building in the rear yard will be demolished, and we receive the sender application documents, drawings and photographs, and I will not read the list because they're asking for deferral, so I will want to find out what the reason for the deferral is. And also we have received some the staff report from Urban Forestry. And let's have the agent. We are ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person, no registered speakers.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Give us your name and address to start with. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Dorothy Young, and our firm's address is 3390 South Service Road, Unit 204 in Burlington.
Thank you. Yes, just tell us the reason why you need the deferral.
Okay, so we would like to kindly request that this application is deferred to the next meeting as recommended by Urban Forestry. The applicant would like to work with their arborist to address and mitigate the tree impact concerns, and depending on the results of these conversations, revisions or additions to the minor variances may be necessary. And as such, it is our understanding that a deferral would be appropriate in order to address staff concerns. We were also informed that the public notice sign was not posted adequately for the full 10-day period, and this was a result of miscommunication and oversight, and the applicant acknowledges this mistake and has since engaged with our firm to assist and ensure that the next hearing follows all regulatory protocols.
Okay. Yeah, as such, I think that the notice, posting of the notice is automatically a deferral. But So do we have a motion to defer this? Yes, Mr. Gogan. Okay. Yes,
I'll second that, Chair.
and Ms. By a second, yeah. So yeah, during the time, you can just contact Urban Forestry and then use the time to maybe resolve the issues with them. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, it's all in favor. Yeah, all in favor. It's deferred. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can now hear item number 10.
Yes, number 10. Okay, number 10 is 451 Wellesley Street East. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear second and third floor additions, and the existing rear second and third floor deck will be demolished. We receive survey, site plan, and elevations and 2 photographs, and we also receive comment from Heritage and Urban Heritage Department, Urban Forest, City Planning. So we are ready.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, no registered speakers.
No register. Okay.
Good morning, committee.
Yes.
My name is Jack Allen. Our address is 321 Carla Ave, Unit 203. I'm going to be deferring the hearing today to pursue a revised zoning notice, just for some minor alterations.
Okay. And you just receive a new zoning notice, or you've been, yeah.
We
You-
are pursuing a new zoning notice, and we'll resubmit once we receive it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so, all right. And Mr. McKay, yes.
Yeah, I'd say to ensure that all the variances that needed are done, that's great. So I would move that we defer this item to a further meeting of committee.
Yes, okay.
I'll
Mr.
second
Byron,
that, Chair.
second, all in favor for the deferral is deferred. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, the third deferral is item number 12.
Number 12 is 12, Shuley Crescent. This is to construct a new 3-story detached residential dwelling. It's a house packs with a front covered porch with stairs and platform, and a front and a side bay window, rear covered balconies on the first, second, third floors with exterior access stair, and also front and rear basement walkouts. There will be a total of 6 residential dwelling units on this lot. We also received the standard package for the hearings, including architectural drawings and comments from different departments. Since they are requesting a deferral, I will not read the list. And they also receive some support, and we are ready for the agent now. Just to tell us why you request deferral.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers.
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. My name is Mary Feely, and I'm a senior planner at SGL Planning and Design, and we're located at 1547 Bloor Street West in Toronto.
Okay.
And we are requesting a deferral today. We didn't receive any concerns from planning staff, but we are requesting a deferral in the hopes of resolving comments that we received from housing policy staff.
Okay. Yeah, I have actually read your request notice, and that's one of the issues you have to resolve. Okay. Yeah. So now we can move into decision. Yes, let's go again. Yes.
Yeah, I think we move.
Yes. And Mr. McKay,
Actually-
yes. Okay, second. All in favor for deferral? Yeah, it's deferred. Thank you. It's deferred. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's all the deferrals. We can start now with item number 1. Members, please make sure all your microphones are on. Please, green light on.
Item number 1 is 38 School Brookfield Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a third-story deck and a new front porch with stair and a rear canopy on the ground floor. And the existing attached garage will be converted to a habitable space. And also to construct the auxiliary building, which will be attached to the shed. The auxiliary building will have a canopy and also one car parking space. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevation, revised site plan, a red line public notice, and a revised zoning notice, and 30 photographs of the site and cover letter, and arborist report from the agent, and an application to remove trees. And we also receive a comment from community planning and also a staff report from Heritage and advisory staff report from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person, no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. Welcome. Just give us your name and
Good morning.
start. Yeah.
I'm Thomas Tampold from Tampold Architects, 87 Avenue Road, box 358, Toronto.
So you do not have any body to speak against this application. So I'm going to check whether we require, actually, before we start, I know that you make revisions. You have a revised agenda. And can you go through those changes with us?
Sure. Yeah.
First, before we start, yeah.
So we worked with city staff to reduce the number of variances, and we were able to eliminate one where we increased the rear yard soft landscaping so that we now have more soft landscaping in the rear yard. And we increased, we worked with,
Okay, can you go?
start with the first one?
So item number 4 is deleted, right?
Yes,
Okay, then now we will, you changed item number 5 and number 6, I mean variance number 5 and 6. Can you go through those figures with us?
yes. So we increased the front yard landscaping, working with the city staff by removing some paved walkway that wasn't necessary. So we were able to increase the front yard landscaping as well. And by saving a tree in the backyard, we had to make our canopy smaller that extended out from the back of the house to accommodate the tree that we were keeping. So that's the last one there.
So number 5, you changed the figure 41.2% to 70.6%.
Yes.
77.2 square meter. And variance 6, you change the encroachment to 3.34 meter.
Yes, this is a sunscreen canopy in the backyard, yes.
And, okay, so after the revision, do we like to have a presentation from him, or we just have questions?
I don't have a request for presentation, but I do have a question, if I may.
No, yeah, I don't have any questions either.
Mr. Byatt wants a question.
Yeah, just one
please,
question.
go ahead,
please. Yeah. Just with regard to the, I noticed on the site plan,
Yes.
A 1.0, sorry, A 1.0, you've got new pavers at the back? There are going to be new pavers
Yes,
at the back?
yeah, there's quite an extensive paving right now. So there'll be less than there is now, but there are some, it's a redesign of the paving area in the backyard.
Yeah, it's identified as new pavers. So I'm just wondering if we could put in a condition that the paving area be permeable. I'm not sure what pavers you're intending to install. Could they be permeable?
I don't think that we could just make a blanket statement at this moment to make them permeable. I would like to have as much of it as possible to be permeable, but I don't know that that's something that we can just have everywhere.
In the areas that are indicated as new pavers, presumably if it's new, it's going to be installed? Hasn't been installed yet.
Correct, but by permeable, there are going to be joints
Yeah.
between them. That's certainly fine, yes.
It allows for some permeability.
Yes, I thought maybe you were meaning the ones with the grass growing
No, I
through.
recognize that the cost
Yes.
factor will be very different if you actually have the pavers themselves be permeable concrete, perhaps. But I think it's always a case that we want to allow for permeability.
Okay,
So whatever pavers are installed, hardscape installed in the rear yard as a front, we usually request that there be some permeability.
okay, yes, I understand what you mean now. So there will be joints between the stones, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I have one question, which is actually come from the planning, community planning, is an email communication, which they ask you to, they have discussed the overlook, they worry about the overlook of the rear deck. Purple rear deck, and then they like you to address the overlook. Have you the staff can bring up, yeah, it's on the screen now. Yeah.
Yes, that's not a deck. It's a maintenance, only accessible for maintenance. It's a roof.
But that's what I read from the email. They said that the rear first floor deck to reduce the actual usable size of the platform and address the overload issues without making the house bulkier. This is from their communication to you.
And is that a recent?
It's in our package. I do not.
I think that was a very early,
That's why I want to ask you.
that was a variance that we
Already-
got rid of a long time ago. Yes, because it's been, the roof is no longer accessible for a deck. It's purely,
The date is like March 7th, so I think
yes, it's already been addressed. It's no longer an issue.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that's my question.
Through you, Madam Chair, just looking at the purpose of application, then does that need to be amended? Because it does state to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a rear 3rd-story deck.
Yes.
But that's the deck that's on the other portion of the house. There's no overlook there. You're talking about a different deck.
Still on the first floor, this deck here?
Yes, but before there were 2 decks. This is only one deck, which is very small, and it's on the other side of the house.
Oh, okay. All right, so we don't have to alter. All right, so I think that we should sort that out. So, any more questions?
No, I think I'm comfortable making a motion for
Yes.
this with a comment.
Yeah, we don't have any more questions. Now we're
We're in
in committee. Yes, please.
Okay, first of all, it's a very, very complete application. Like it's almost too complete. It's so detailed. And so I appreciate the detail that was provided in the application. Also, I'm sorry we didn't get time to look at your model, but I can tell when people make models, they're very passionate about what they're doing. We only really can comment on the variances, and I think all the variances are minor in nature. And also the way you've approached it, also approaching a important house within a community, the way you've approached the connection of the additions, it shows a sensitive treatment to the neighborhood and the context. So although we can't comment on that, I appreciate that. But I think we should, I would make that we approve the requested variances as submitted in the revised red line notice, and there are no
Oh, the permeable, no, the permeable.
and I don't know if we agreed on the permeable. I think it's permeable where possible. I don't think we identified where.
To allow for permeability, I think would be sufficient.
Okay, allow for permeability where possible, and I don't think there's any urban forestry requirements here.
Through you, Madam Chair, heritage.
And there's a heritage.
Yeah, the heritage.
Urban forestry number 2 is under advisory, so that's something that still can be
Oh, it's still-
imposed. Sure.
The
Yeah,
fourth
the
be
three thing, yeah.
condition two.
There's three conditions. Yeah.
Okay.
And then permeable materials in the rear
Yeah.
and whatever is
The new-
identified as new
As new,
on
yeah.
the revised site plan.
Yes. Revised site, yes, tied to the revised site plan. I think that's clear, yeah. And is that your model?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're not able to see it because no one can see it on the virtual
It's fine.
world, right?
Comment as Mr. Gauguin, I'm excited to see a real 3D model.
Physical model.
Okay, so anyone second to that motion?
I'll second that, Chair.
And okay, Ms. Byett, second. All in favor with those conditions and amended agenda? Yeah. All in favor, it's approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the item number 2 is 473 and 479 Salmon Avenue. This is to permit a personal service shop, which is it's a laundromat on the ground floor and within the basement. With the existing 2-story mixed-use building. Also to permit an office use at the ground level and within the basement. And all it's the same building. And we receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the property, and also a cover letter from the agent. We are ready for the.
Through you, Madam Chair, is the agent here in person for item number 2?
Oh, we're just working to reestablish connection with the agent.
Online? Okay.
Oh, it's online, all right.
Is that happening right now? He was in and then he went out.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, maybe let's move on to item number 3 and then we'll come back to item number 2.
Okay, we will hold on number 2, okay. So item number 3 is 12 Sanford Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a 3rd floor addition and a front yard parking pad. We receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, revised site plan, floor plan, elevations, and a red line public notice, 4 photographs of the property, and also cover letter from the agent. We receive comment from Metrolinx and also a staff report from Urban Forestry and community planning. And we are ready.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, no registered speakers.
Okay. This is number 3.
Of ST Engineering.
Can you repeat? We missed your name.
Yes, good morning. My name is Stavros Theodorakopoulos of ST Engineering, representing the owner. My address is 2 Black Court in Aurora, Ontario.
Okay, and I noticed you have made some revisions for your on your applications of some deleting some variances and also the purpose.
Yes.
Can you go
Sure. We've eliminated the front yard parking on this application, which eliminated variances 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
We have the support from Planning Department, and we also have an email correspondence from Forestry. They initially had recommended this application be denied, but since we're not affecting any front yard trees, we're not changing anything in the front, they've made that adjustment and they have no objection.
Okay, so we're going to, I guess, repeat the revision. So we revise the purpose clause to delete front yard parking and delete variance 2, 3, 4.
Correct.
Right. Okay, so since they're only asking for 1 variance, do you have any question or do you need a presentation? I have one quick question to you. In that case, does it mean that you will not have any construction work done in the front of the building?
There will be no changes to the front of the building. The work is strictly a 3rd floor addition.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions? We're ready for comment. Now, we are in committee now. We have no further questions. Okay.
I'll take this, Chair. I think this, with the revisions that have been made, I think it's an extremely straightforward and simple request. Variance number 1.
Yeah.
It's just purely for FSI, which is not excessive. So I would like to make move a motion to approve this application. I believe forestry number 5 is no longer in effect. There is a metro links, but it's an advisory only.
But the community planning, there's a condition just to.
Oh, there's a planning condition, that's right.
Yeah.
The planning condition is that construction be substantially in accordance with drawing number 1, the site plan of November 1st, 2025.
Yes.
I believe that's all.
Yeah, that's all. And would like to.
As amended, so I'd like to.
As amended. Mr.
I
McKay.
would second that motion to approve, yes.
And all in favor with the amended agenda and conditions, all in favor, approved unanimously. Thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll go back to item 2.
2, yeah, okay. Item 2.
So you've already read that into records, so we'll just unmute the agent, no registered speakers.
You've been unmuted.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes. We are ready for you. Can you tell us your name and address so we can start? Yeah.
My name is Tom Knezich of Eco Flats Developments at 1113 College Street, Toronto.
Okay. Do we require a presentation?
I'm happy to summarize. It's a, I guess,
Okay.
a very functional variance. We're asking to legalize an existing condition, a historic anomaly. It's a mixed use. It's a strip of mixed use buildings on a residentially zoned street. They've operated since the outset, since before zoning bylaws, as small personal service shops. That use has continued since then, but we require a minor variance so that it complies with the zoning bylaw. A residential zoning bylaw was applied in that area long after the use commenced.
Yeah, I read your cover letter. I have one question. I just want to know, the laundromat has it been operating? How long has it been operating, or is it only just a proposed use? It haven't been used as a laundromat yet.
It began being used a few years ago after the building was renovated following fire, and it was brought to the owner's attention that they required a license. So once they started that process, the license, they were happy to grant the license, but we didn't comply. The owner did not comply with the zoning due to that was the hurdle.
Yes.
So
it is because of its status as a lawful non-conforming use, right? So the laundromat was not listed as part of the use, right? Is that right?
Well, we made a lawful non-conforming use application and it wasn't accepted because even though the personal service use has continued since the outset, a laundromat was there's been a variety of personal service uses between store, hair salons and clothing stores, but it was. And I would argue that those are all personal service uses, but it was not exactly the same use in 1950 as it is now. And that's why it was denied as a legal non-conforming use.
Oh, okay, understand. Yeah. All right. So thank you. So any other questions? Okay. We do not have any more questions. We are now in committee. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Sure, I'll take this again. Chair, I think this is a very straightforward application. Just thinking in 1950, we didn't really have very many laundromats. So this is, I can understand why it was not accepted as a non-conforming use. There's a single variance and essentially change of a permit as a non-conforming use. So I'd like to move a motion to approve and there are no conditions attached.
Yes. Ms. McKay, second. Yeah, I agree because I look at the site, it's actually a very appropriate location for this kind of service. Yeah. So all in favor with no conditions? All unanimously approved. Thank you. Yeah. So the next item is, we've done number 3 and number 4 is deferred. Now we are, item 5 is 54 Peterborough Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2.5 story mixed-use building by constructing a complete third floor addition and a rear 3-story addition and a front 3rd-story balcony. And also to permit residential and personal service, which is a salon, uses on the lot. And there will be a total of 3 residential dwelling unit and 1 commercial unit, which is the salon on the lot. And the existing on-site parking will be removed. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, 5 photographs of the property and a decision affecting the subject property. And we receive comments from transportation and a staff report from community planning, and we receive a 7-signature petition in support on Peterborough Avenue, and also we received quite a number of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 16, 12, 23 letters of oppositions and 6 form letters in opposition of this application. They all on Via Italia and Peterborough Avenue and McKay Avenue. Thank you. We are ready for the.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent and a number of speakers in opposition.
Okay. 5.
Hello, agent, you've been unmuted.
Hi, hello. Can
Yes.
everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how are you? Thank you. Thank you for unmuting me so I can do a brief presentation. Firstly,
No, first, sorry, I'm so sorry. First,
sorry.
Give us your name and address, and
Oh,
also.
sorry. So sorry about that. It's Jean Chan.
Yes, and also we do require a 5-minute presentation from you, but if you want us to bring up some presentation material, we can do that before we start the clock. Let us know what you want to bring up on the screen, please.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. This is Jean Chan with the address 54 Peterborough Avenue in Toronto. And it is registered under a family trust. Legal name is registered under Ira Cohen Real Estate Development, Inc. And so I'm presenting and also along with answering some technical questions that our neighbors may have. My architect, our architect Joseph, is also in the meeting, and he can take some of those technical questions, I hope.
Yes. Do you have a presentation you want to bring up on the screen first?
Yes, we had submitted many, and some of them we may not have time to go over, but they are useful for answering some questions. But firstly, before we do the presentation, I just want to bring up a couple of details. One being that, in fact, there are some letter of objection that were uploaded 2 or 3 times, the same letters. And so it seemed like it's an overwhelming amount of 23 or some odd, but in fact, there are only 13 letters. And also in summarizing all of the concern,
Oh,
because
maybe we can deal with that later. We actually have read the material. We noticed that there's some repeat submissions.
oh,
That's
sorry.
okay. But I
Sorry.
just want to know whether you have a presentation you want to bring up to the screen first, and then because you only allow 5 minutes to address us.
Oh, I see. Sorry. We have the two different, sorry, because of the combined application. And that was also one of the issue that the neighbor was thinking, that they were signing on in support of the barbershop, and somehow ended up, when they got the full application in the mail or the posting, they thought that they were in support of the third floor addition and the extension. However, that wasn't a mistake we made, or the COA or the committee made. It was just an error that both of the application, which were sent in different times, but the committee has a rule that if there's 2 or more applications sent in, although for different items, issues, they are to be heard on the same day. So the optics, this created a poor optics by an error only of no one's fault. And I can fully understand how the neighbors got upset, because they thought, somebody was trying to put a hand or fingers into this by accident, and it's not. No one was really, it just happened that the 2 application was merged because it is to be heard on the same time. So just so that we can, are within the 5 minutes time, we are looking at the 3 variants, minor variants. One.
Okay. So I sort of keep interrupting you, but are we starting now?
Yes, could we?
Okay.
Could we start?
Let's start the clock.
Right. So we are asking the committee and the panelists to approve the 3 different variants, which is one to do with the first put in application for the change of use from the already convenience store to the barbershop. And the reason for that, and the neighbors are in support, and even in their letter of objection, they kept saying that, repeatedly saying that they have no objection for the barbershop. They did not realize it included the 3rd floor and the extension, and that's all they were objecting to. The second item was to build the addition, the 3rd floor, to add a 3rd floor. Which I want to bring into the attention that even according to the zoning examiner at the time, that the height was not the issue, because existing height is at 23 feet, which were inspected, and it was in the previous permit when it was done, a full renovation was done. And adding the 3rd floor is still within the 11 meters, which is provided by the zoning. However, he said to me that anyone adding any floor, even from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, this becomes a variance. It isn't a question of height, which is in the letter of objection. And also that the building, the house to our left, and the building above us facing via Italia, they are both 1 story, if not higher than our building. And just so that I have some photos, and I have the photos to show that our building, in fact, is still sitting 1 floor lower than either one of those buildings. So therefore, the question of the height or the addition, with the fact that in the area with many precedents already of 3rd floor addition, should not be a question for approval. And I hope that the panelists can approve that. The 3rd item is also in regards to extending to the line of where the existing garage is. Again, there are many precedents already in the area just by showing the photos I've sent. And even if one were to take an aerial of the area, just the 2-3 streets, there are more than 30 different houses that do not share any setbacks between themselves. This is either from new build or from grandfather in houses that's been there for a long time combined. So there are both examples already in the area. And so, and addressing the fact that we're building right to the garage, existing garage where it is, like I'm showing the building permit status of that pink dots, is that within that area, there are over 697, as you can see, applications for building permit. And out of those, I just did a quick count, even not seeing the whole, I didn't have time to go through all of them, but I counted more than 23 of them are asking to transform, into garage to garden suites and laneway houses. So, and in existing and built already, there are also lots of different examples or precedents that is in the same street and the area, as I have showed some of the examples attaching the photos and address of them. So in light of that, I hope that the neighbors, seeing the fact that we weren't doing any thing to have them feel like they have made a support of this other than the barbershop, and created a poor optics for them, that
Yes.
this can
You
be
have a few seconds left, so can you make a summation, please?
hopefully that I can address that all the information I have uploaded have addressed to the panels all these the variants, and hopefully they can be approved.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I was confused.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Before we move to the other speakers, actually, I do have a question to you that we have received a report from community planning just dated today in the supplemental material. They recommend us to refuse variants 4 and 5. The reason why I ask this question now is that if we take their recommendation, which they do not suggest any kind of amount of reduction for those variances, I'm thinking that you might need a deferral to address this issue. Yeah, this is the report that it's very clearly stated that we refuse variants 4 and 5, which got to do with the increase in GFA, FSI, and also the rear yard setback.
As mentioned, we have submitted the photo saying that in the area we aren't overbuilding. Like if you compare it with other existing builds, we're within that.
Okay, it's fine. The question is, you're aware of this report, right?
Oh yes, I did. But however,
so you all right. So your decision is that we go ahead with the hearing now, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Just one question.
Okay, please.
Just to the applicant, so just to be clear then, are you still seeking all 6 variances?
Am I? Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear the last few words. Sorry about that, Mr. McKay.
You're asking for 6 variances, and I just wanted to ask if you're still seeking all 6 of those, and partially in light of that report from planning. You still want variance 4 and 5, FSI and setback.
The other thing I wanted to mention was that I didn't have I couldn't find what 4 or 5 were, because I didn't see I don't see all the 6 variances. I do see it here, the request variances, but 4 and 5 saying that only the permitted space, but we aren't within, like, if you compare with other already existing homes, we are within that.
No, that's not the question. That's the
Oh, sorry.
question. Mr. McKay is asking you, you're seeking all of those items that are listed, right? That's what we base on. Yeah. Oh, all right. It's not that you have to explain why it's reasonable, but
Oh, sorry.
we're not changing the agenda. We're just keeping it as it is, right?
Yes, we are keeping it as it is. But the number, I have addressed also number 6 in my reply in the in uploaded supporting documents, that we have applied for the front to be used as parking. So yes, we are looking at all those, but I'm not sure what number 2 and number 3
It's
is.
okay. It's okay. I leave it to you to find out. We're not going to tell you what those are because it's on our agenda. So now we should move on.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, she can see it on the screen because it's
Yes.
being presented
Yes.
and
Right.
all 6 variances, right?
Right.
Okay, so we have people here that want to speak in opposition, so I ask you to come one by one to
Yes.
the podium here. One by one, if you are here to speak.
Yes. And that's.
Can you just turn on the microphone, please?
and-
Thank you.
And tell us.
I'm a little
your
nervous,
name.
guys, so.
That's fine. Tell us the name and address. And
Okay.
tell us when you're ready to start your 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Allie Maltz. I'm the owner of 66 Via Italia.
66.
Yeah.
Are you also speaking on behalf of Ryan? Moulds?
No. He's a different speaker.
So you're from
Owners
the
of
same
property.
household, so
Mhm.
you're only allowed 5 minutes, or you can share the 5 minutes?
Which household? Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just take it. 'Cause
Take
I'm
all
here
5
to sort of
minutes?
cry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
ready.
Let's start the clock then. Thank you.
Okay, first I will address some misconceptions and some misleading comments around this property, and then I'll get into the variances. So the bylaw says physical changes to our established neighborhood must be sensitive, gradual fit, and existing physical character, respecting prevailing heights, massing scale, and density of the dwelling nearby residential properties. This is Dufferin and Davenport. It's all row houses. You have young families. This is a massive brutalist structure. She's looking to build higher, and also with the setbacks that she keeps referring to that other properties in the neighborhood, the setbacks have been allowed. As you can see in the photos she submitted, these are all side setbacks. She's asking for 0 meters in the rear, which has never been approved. And we don't plan by examples of others, but I just wanted to note that to you guys. And the bylaw says we need to keep in height. So it's very clear she's building above that. She does, my property, 66 Via Italia, you could see it back there. She does reference the height blocking out her son. But this is a 100-year-old house in the neighborhood built on the current foundation. So I'm not asking to build anymore. I did want to reference an email that she sent to Monique, who is her project manager here. She got the entire community to sign a letter of support for a barber shop and told us that it was in the existing property, and then submitted the letter of support for support of this project, misleading the entire community of what this was. That's one example of mistrust in the community, and I'll get into some others. She writes to Monique, there are numerous new renovations and additions that have gone up on the same street. There are none on Via Italia and none on Peterborough. She says that it's untrue that the current property that she has is operating as an Airbnb or short-term rentals. She says the owner of the building of the application noted belongs to a development company. I just want to note that development company is her and her husband. She says this development company cannot engage in short-term Airbnb rentals. So I would ask that she brings us the leases, because I've spoken to every neighbor in and out of that current property. They are all Airbnb. I also have a link to the booking.com, which is a hotel website for that property. Screenshots have been submitted for that. So it is currently being, and we also have video footage of random tenants smoking drugs on the property because this is an Airbnb hotel in the middle of a single family home. And if you look at the plans, there's 7 rooms, 2 kitchens. She doesn't live there. And I have no doubt that she would operate in the same way. Okay. So I just wanted to note that she writes to Monique, I do see the transportation has been approved and allowed as the comments have no objection for 2 parking spots. I just wanted to note to this audience that parking relates to streets, not transportation, so it has not been approved. She sends in a bunch of pictures of homes in the neighborhood that are all side setbacks. So I'll say it again, that evidence is side setbacks, which is built on the current foundation. And she's asking for 0 variance in the rear, which is absolutely not common. Okay, I have a minute 30. So I'm going to get into some of the bylaws that I wanted to argue against. So the first one, a dwelling unit is not permitted in a residential zone. I want to say to that one, the applicant is requesting to add more units than the bylaw permits. This will increase transient occupancy, leading to more traffic and parking congestion. She's adding units, taking away parking. This is in the middle of Toronto. No one has parking anyway. And again, these units are intended for Airbnb and short-term rentals with little regard for the neighborhood. The owner has shown no accountability for guest behavior, as we have video evidence of drug use on the property. She's saying a mixed-use building is not permitted for building type in residential zone. In this case, mixed-use buildings will be located on this lot. Again, the property is currently listed as booking.com as short-term rental. It demonstrates the applicant is advocating for a mixed-use model for small units, transient communities, which again, this is a family neighborhood, and it's reasonable to conclude that she would do the same. The property has also never been used for long-term tenants and has operated exclusively on booking.com. This lack of oversight has led to disrupted behavior. And then the altar building will be located 0 meters from the rear lot line. I don't need to tell you guys, the planning staff has said that this is ridiculous and refuse it. Yeah.
Your 5 minutes up. You've done well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Any
yeah,
questions or
please
anything?
do. Any question to this speaker?
None at this point.
Not
Any
at this point.
comments? Okay, thank
Thank
you
you.
guys. Thank you guys so much. Yeah.
Do I have any time to be able to answer to that?
Yes.
Yes,
so-
after we hear from all the speakers.
Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker here in person that wishes to come up? No other speakers?
The next speaker will be online.
Okay.
We'll be moving on to Zach. Hi, Zach, you've been unmuted. Hello, Zach. Are you there? You've been unmuted. Through you, Madam Chair, we'll move on to the next online speaker, which is Kyle. Kyle, you have been unmuted.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Kyle Whaley. I live at 51A Auburn Avenue.
Okay.
I'm 2 houses down, and I really echo most of my the previous speaker in objections comments. There's a significant misrepresentation here. This is we've been living in the neighborhood as a family for 18 years. This is a very community neighborhood with families, and this really doesn't represent what we're looking for. The misrepresentation on the barber shop, everybody was in support of that, thinking that was the only thing that was going to happen. This is being used as an Airbnb. I can unequivocally say that. I logged in yesterday and saw the same pictures that were just presented here of the inside of the space. The impact, as I understand, the variances planning is suggested not going with variances 4 and 5. These aren't minor variances. This is something that's going to turn this into a larger, you know, I hate to say rooming house, but renting by the room. And really, you know, the tenants there have no vested interest in the neighborhood. These are significant variances they're asking for, building to the lot line. We have a neighborhood here that has a significant lack of green space anyways, and to turn it all into building is a shame. And you know, I can just speak from experience. I spent the first 12 years in my home living adjacent to a rooming house, and it's incredibly unpleasant. There's really no you know, there's no recourse trying to get a hold of somebody to clean things up. We've had police involved in, you know, historically we've had community organizations, and again, it's just not something that goes along with the Corso Italia community.
Thank you.
That's all I've got.
That's all you want to say? Okay, let me see if we have questions for you. Any questions for this speaker?
No.
Okay, not now. So, yeah, let's bring up the next speaker. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Madam Chair, there are no more online speakers for this item.
Okay, and all the speakers have finished, right? So at this point, we can bring back the agent, and please, you have 5 minutes to address those issues that's just raised by those previous speakers. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can see that again they're in. Thank you so much for my neighbors to approve and in support of the barbershop. You know, the poor tenant has been waiting for over like almost a year now, and in substantial loss. And I'm very happy that they are in support of that. I just want to mention that it is, again, the poor optic that they felt. The place has been a rooming house, and I have submitted documents showing that before we purchased the property, that truly was a rooming house. And you can see the state of how the building was maintained inside and out, and what we have built and put in as investments. Therefore, goes to what Kyle is saying. We are truly invested in this building, in this neighborhood. We don't put in smart toilets and smart mirrors and fully marbled bathroom in order to be a rooming house or Airbnb. However, I want to have them, they said that they saw the photos or that they have, please look up who is the, we are not, the landlord are not the person doing the Airbnb or any part of that. They got the tenant is in long-term due to the recent holdback of the immigration. The couple are not able to bring, which is a very sad thing, their children and the parents over because due to the immigration issue, and have asked us, could they put one of their room only into Airbnb or bookings, and we gave that in order for them to mitigate loss. And I am in the neighborhood church supporting ESL programs and new immigrants programs. And I've always helped out in situations where people have lost, and is why I helped the barbershop in doing the application that they were not able to have the understanding in doing. And so I assisted for free. Second to that is I understand that they're saying that there was no green on the lot if you can see the before photo, the green, we did not remove any green from the lot. If the city, wish us to do so, we are more than happy to do so. Again, this building was registered under a family trust for a reason, is to pass on to the children, so that out of our 4 children, one of them would want to live in Toronto and have a home that they can afford, with some long-term rentals for upstairs and whatnot. And that was the real intent. We want to create, as you can see with all the drawings and the addition, we want to create very comfortable living space for renters, long-term renters, is only because we saw the need out there, that people cannot afford to really live by themselves with the current rental prices. And we know that having their own bathrooms and everything is so important, is why we did this. But we have no desire at all to do this as a rooming house. Now, I want to stress the last item, that the neighbors have a concern about sketchy people. Myself being new owner of that property, on May 23rd, I myself had to report to the police.
Excuse me, I have to interrupt. Maybe you should not respond to in that area, because we are not dealing with character, and let's stay away from the character. Can you respond on the planning issues in front of us?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
So then let's go to the setback lines. Every one of the neighbor agreed that the other setback lines that are 0 setback lines are pre-existing. But if you look at our garage is also pre-existing, we could have easily done a garage and transform it into a garden suite, and which many were approved, or laneway houses which would qualify. But we just saw that connecting the building and having the extension creates more livable space for renters.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. All right. Do we have a question for the applicant? I do have. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Bogan.
For the barber shop or the personal service shop, what variances do you need to bring that tenant on site? Just variance 1?
It's just variant, yes, and it's only the fact that they were a convenience store. It was just the use of change being different, and that's all it was.
Thank you.
I think maybe variance 2, number 3 is also related. Number 1, 2, 3, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, I was going to say variance 1 and 3, because variance number 3 speaks of a mixed-use building.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that was.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And any other questions, please? I do have one very quick question. It's currently the owner or the owners or the family or the owners living in the building in one of the units? So?
No, there isn't.
No. So
it is our investment properly planned to in the future pass it down to the children.
Or later. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yeah, you can.
I'll start this off.
Yes, please. Yeah.
So it seems the personal service shop, the bar, seems to be supported by the community, and it seems an appropriate use given the current use of the ground floor.
Yes, I agree.
Of that. And I also remind people listening that we're really only mandate is to respond to the variances that are before us, not some of the color that's been presented today. But I have to say, I do find that the variances outside of 1 and 3, which are required for the personal service shop, I do find them to be not minor. And I also, when we get a note from city staff, that's always important to us because it shows that they have concerns as well. So I also think So my opinion is that the variance for the barber shop seems to be an appropriate
Yes, I
request,
agree.
but the other requests seem not to be minor in nature.
Yeah.
And if we have to consider the thing as one whole bucket, then I would propose that we do not approve it.
Mhm.
If we could separate it into barbershop and
Yes.
I would then say, then maybe we would approve the barbershop component and the other stuff be not approved, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I echo some comments. That's why in the beginning, I actually offer the applicant opportunity to maybe work with the community planning more to deal with the other, the 4 and 5. And I think that is a more beneficial route to go to work it out. And then, but then the applicant refused. And then I totally agree with you about the barber shop is actually appropriate in the site and the building type. But the other one, I do not think the variance for is minor, only because the height and the massing on the north portion of it is all the residential units, dwellings in the west on the north side are quite affected, have a big impact on this development. And I think at least they should address that with the neighbors, since they do receive a lot of oppositions from the neighbors. And I do not want to comment on whether it's been used as Airbnb or not, but I do understand that the city of Toronto have very strict bylaws governing using a property as Airbnb. And I would think that if the neighborhood have some questions, they should actually investigate that, call 311 and ask. One of the things, if I do not, I'm not mistaken, is that the owner has to be one of the residents in the building in order to do that. But that's not my main point. My main point really is I think that 4 and 5, I really cannot support because they are not minor. Yeah.
Just comments again. I think it's unfortunate that the presentation wasn't as succinct as it could have been.
Yes.
And planning has indicated 4 and 5, so I think those are excessive. I'm not sure about that the variance number 2, a dwelling unit, is not permitted. I think given the fact that you'd have a barbershop in the basement, on the ground floor level, potentially you could have a residential unit in a zone that's fairly residential anyway. So it could be that we could allow for a residential use. So I think variance 2, I'm not really, I wouldn't object to it. But certainly 4 and 5, I think are excessive. And looking at the plans that were presented, they don't support the case that the agent was making. I think it just negates it. You've got a floor with I think 5 bedrooms, each one having its own bathroom. It doesn't make for a very good case about the purpose. The purpose indicates they're talking about residential units, and they talked about, and the purpose actually indicates there will be a total of 3 residential units. When you look at the plans don't speak to 3 residential units. So I think it does present, and presumably anybody reading the purpose and then looking at the plans will come up with the conclusion that somehow the presentation of this application isn't quite straightforward. So I'm in support of not either refusing the entire application, or alternately at least approve variance number 1 and variance number 6, because transportation has no issue with that one.
Only 1 and 6, right? Yes. All right. I actually agree. I think that I agree with the options, either refuse the entire applications and also or partial.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may just add, if they were not if the committee is to refuse the addition of the third story in the rear, then they would actually be able to provide on-site parking. So variance 6 wouldn't be required, right? Remember, they're removing the parking because of the addition, right?
Yeah, that's right, yes. Yeah.
And I mean, again, 1, 2, and 3, right? 1 and 3, 2 and 3 kind of go hand in hand. So just be careful about those 3 variances.
So, yeah, it's 1 and 3, if we're going to
1 and 2 and 3.
improve the barber shop, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the, refuse the rest, that's another, possible, what you call that?
Option,
Motion.
I can make a motion. Also a comment. So it doesn't seem like the applicant and the neighborhood had any opportunity to talk about this application together, or I think that in the future, that would be a very good thing. That there's a discussion about what's proposed and there's with the adjacent neighborhood especially. So, but I would propose that we make a motion to approve items 1, 2, and 3 and refuse items 4, 5, and 6. Because 4, 5, and 6 are not minor in nature. And also there's concern about kind of related impacts that don't align with but don't impact the use of the barbershop function. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a motion.
And there's no forestry,
No.
and there's no
No.
transportation comments.
And do we have a second? That motion, Mr. McKay, second? Yeah. And McKay, second. With that motion, approve variance 1, 2, 3, and refuse variance 4, 5, 6. All in favor? Unanimously approve partial of the applicants.
It's a partial
Yeah.
approval and
Yeah.
refusal.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So we move to item number 6. It's 188 Roxborough Drive. This is to alter the 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition and basement addition, and a rear 3rd floor balcony and a side 3rd floor dormer, and a swimming pool, and a rear auxiliary swimming pool equipment shed, also to constructing the rear 2-story bay window and roof, as well as 2 side east ground floor porches. The tunnel will connect to the new 2-story building in the rear yard, and which containing a parking space on the ground floor and 1 secondary suite on the 2nd level, with a basement level rear walkout and covered front porch entrance and a covered terrace at grade and a 2nd floor side dormer and a Julia balcony. The existing rear auxiliary building, which is a garage, will be demolished. We receive site plan, survey, site plan, floor plan, landscape plans, and elevations, cover letter, and arborist report, engineering assessment report, and presentation material from the agent. And we also receive comment from Heritage and Community Planning and Urban Forestry, and also TRCA, and also within natural feature protection. We receive advisory comment from Urban Forestry. We receive support from 183 Roxborough Drive and a total of a 9 signature petition in support. And we have I think that's all we have received. Thank you. We are ready for the agent, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online to speak.
Okay. Do we have any other speakers besides?
No other speakers aside from the agent. Hi, Michael, you've been muted.
Oh, excuse me, you are very, very soft. Your voice is very, very soft. Can you speak to
Oh,
your?
is that better?
Oh, yes, much better. Now we can speak.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I'll keep my microphone like this. So, the address of my firm is 2098 Avenue Road in Toronto, M5M 4A8. And I'd be happy to make a presentation if you'd like, but I'll wait for you to instruct me.
Exactly, but only because I do not think you have any opposition to your application. Let me check whether we need a presentation or we have questions.
I think I'd prefer a presentation. I found it kind of a complex matter.
Oh, I see. Okay, a member find useful to have a small presentation from you.
No problem. Thank you very much. If the person controlling the screen to turn to page 5 of the presentation.
Yeah, bring the presentation up first before we start the clock, okay? Thank you.
Okay, no, yes, this is the site plan. No, that was right. Thank you very much. So there is an existing garage on site, a detached garage. There's an existing house on. So what you see is there's some renovations done to the existing house, and there's a new garage being constructed at the back where you can see that. All the beige area is underground. It's an addition. It's part of the main house, and that's why there's a length and depth variance, but it's all underground. So if you can then turn to page number 3. There, on the left-hand side of the page, you will see that's the existing site plan. There's an existing garage that extends slightly over the stable top of bank, and there's a house. So the house is going to remain. There's a very small, a super small addition that's being built within the envelope of the house, and then there's a new garage that's being pulled forward, so it's outside of the long-term stable top of bank. The bay, which is part of the addition, is completely underground. So for everyone who's walking on the ground and looking at the property and so on, basically what they see are the gray areas. They do not see the beige areas whatsoever. So what I can ask is, if you could turn to page 4, please. So you can see on the left is the basement, on the, in the middle, and you can see that relative to the long-term stable top of bank, to the middle is the ground floor, and it's pulled back completely, as is the basement. And then the second floor is lit. It is a secondary suite, but it's going to be used for the parents, the visiting parents of the family who are the occupants of the main living level. So the variances that are before you are captured basically in three categories. The first category relates to the garage setbacks in variance 1 and 4. Variance 2 and 3 relate to the TRCA, and then variance 5 and 6 relate to the basement because that's extending the length of the main floor, but it's completely underground. So what I'm going to say is we did a lot of consultation with all the relevant departments ahead of time, and I think that's illustrated by the fact that you have comments from all the departments and they're all positive. We spent a lot of time. The first place we contacted was the TRCA. We went through a very technical submission with the TRCA to satisfy them that this setback from the stable top of bank is appropriate. We're actually pulling the garage back from where it is today. And at the end of the day, you have the correspondence from the TRCA that they have no objection to the minor variances. You'll note we do need ravine control permits. We do need TRCA permits, as is customarily the case after a variance process such as this. And we are aware of all the advisory comments. We are fine with the planning department condition, makes sense, because it relates to an element that is underground and you want to make sure it's not related to another element just because of the number that's part of the variance. So if you tie it to the plans as suggested by the community planning department, we have no objection. Be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I hope that was a helpful presentation.
Thank you. Any questions, please? Yeah. Yeah.
Just a comment. That's fine. I wondered about the great increase in building length and building depth. So you're saying that that's all underground?
Yes, it is.
So when you apply for, are going to apply for permit, is the natural ravine or the stable top of bank is one of the issues that you have to satisfy them, right?
Well, we've already satisfied on where the stable top of bank is. We've satisfied them on all the technical aspects relating to the grading. Just the next step is actually acquiring a permit. We need to acquire a permit. We've just been going through, let me just call it pre-application process to bring us to where we are now.
Okay. So the one other question is that you have an existing garage now, right? The little gray square or rectangles. So
Yes.
is that going to be removed and then you're building from the basement, all the things is all new actually, right?
That's correct. If you turn to page 3 of the presentation. Yeah. So on the left-hand side, that's the presentation.
Yeah.
And you could see there's a portion of the garage today that's extending over
Oh, yeah,
or
you have to
beyond.
move it forward too,
Yeah,
right?
so we're going to demolish everything and rebuild it by moving it forward.
I see, understand. Thank you. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yes. Yeah, okay,
Sorry,
Mr. Byett.
maybe
Yes,
I
please.
can just start with some comments and my observations. I generally, I was concerned about the variance number 2 and 3, but TRCA has not raised any objection to that at this point.
Yes.
Despite that, I do think it's problematic because it does set a precedent when you're so close to the stable top of bank. I do have concerns with and objections actually to variances 5 and 6. They're excessive. Now, just because they're underground doesn't make them any better. They're still excessive. And so those are 2 variances that I cannot support.
Yeah, I just want to remind you, they do actually also submit, have submitted engineering assessment, which really mainly dealing with the stable top of bank engineering issues. It seems that they have done a lot of work on that issues. So I am okay with that in terms of variance number 2 and 3 and 4. And in terms of the length, I can see that it is a big increase, except that when you really look at the planning, the tunnel is increasing the length. Without the tunnel, it's actually a separate structure, but the structure is still there. It's still, right? The structure, the smaller auxiliary building will still be there. So the tunnel itself actually occupy a very small area. So in this case, I think that it sort of mitigate the idea of when we have some other applications with very excessive length, usually it's like they push the whole building out, the footprint and even below grade is large. Yeah. But this one is because of the construction of the small tunnel, and that will create this large number. That I can accept because of the size of the tunnel.
Yeah,
Yes.
the kind of talk come from both of your is that typically when you have this type of length, you have an FSI problem. This one has no FSI problem. It's actually it's not a variance request. I do consider this length and depth more of a technical variance because they buried all of this basement space.
Yeah.
But it is, and I was very concerned about it, but because TRCA and because ravine protection have effectively no comments on
Yes.
that issue.
Yeah.
I was kind of okay with it, so,
Seems that
so
they
here,
have-
I appreciate your comments.
Yeah.
It's a very strange situation where all of this length is below grade.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm torn on it. I
Yeah,
do
it seems
find-
that they have worked with the TRCA and also the wind protection on this issue, the stable cover bank, because I know they have a very extensive engineering study and report, and they will have to follow those recommendations through in order to get their building permit anyway.
You do have to build it.
Yeah.
So you have to you have to go
Bring it,
down
yeah.
10, 15 feet
Yeah.
to build that thing, but
Yeah.
again, that's where TRCA has to comment on whether or not it's an
Yeah, they
appropriate
have,
thing that
they-
they can do on top of bank and.
Exactly.
right?
If they have serious issues, they will have comment. Yes.
I just in addition to my comment about the length and depth, and of course the underground structure.
Yeah.
I always have concerns about underground structures that exceed the footprint of the house,
Mhm.
because what it doesn't allow for is permeability. It doesn't allow, and all sorts of arguments are presented as to how the drainage will be completed and using engineering projects and having tanks, holding tanks and that sort of thing. In a location like this in particular, where we know that the ravine systems in Toronto, the soil subsoil is very, is not as solid as we would like it to be. And so permeability becomes a real issue. And we're always seeing increasingly issues with excessive rainfalls. Where does the water go? Now, if you keep pumping it into the public system, the sewer system, of course, it overloads that system. So I do have a concern about permeability and drainage issues. So, and it's all well and good to say nobody can see it, it's underground. But it doesn't get away from the problems that it adds to. So that's one of the reasons why I always have difficulty with these underground structures.
Mhm. I see. So I just like to repeat what I just say a little bit. Is that because of I mean, if you eliminate the tunnel, that increasing the length. If you eliminate that, the auxiliary building still have a structure there underground. So what we're doing with a very small portion that on the within, the permeability is really also site specific too. I think on the within lot, maybe that the problem is I don't know. I haven't really. I just think that if it's on a flat lot, it's probably permeability is more important.
I would disagree.
More sensitive. Yeah. Yes. But on a slope, maybe they have to use other way to manage those stormwater. Anyway, I will not get into a technical thing here. So.
Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yeah, please, yeah.
I will move approval of these variances, subject to the planning report calling for substantially building in accordance with the site plan.
Oh, okay, and
I don't think there's any other condition. No open forestry.
yeah, the other one, they have to comply with TRCA and the wind protection requirement anyway. Okay.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, heritage and community planning conditions, right?
There's heritage one too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Heritage, yeah. Oh, two conditions.
Substantially in accordance with the site plan, yeah.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Second, Mr. Gogan, second. All in favor? 3-1, Mr. Byett dissent. It's approved, 3-1, thank you. Yeah. Okay, do we need a break or do we want to continue?
I'm good to keep. I'm good to keep.
Keep going? Okay, yeah, all right. Item number 7 is 356 Monarch Park Avenue. This is to alter the existing 1.5 story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition and with front and rear balconies, and a rear one-story addition, and a front one-story addition with a covered porch, and also a rear ground floor deck, a rear basement walkout, and also to construct a one-story auxiliary building, which is a garage in the rear yard, and we will have 2 residential units on this lot. We have received a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, and revised site plan, floor plan elevations, and a red line public notice. We also received 5 photographs, cover letter from the agent, and comment from Urban Forestry. And that's all we have. In the supplemental material, we have received revised site plan and also a red line notice. There's some revisions on this application. Welcome. Please bring up the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person, no registered speakers
No other
for this
speakers, right?
item.
Okay, and you do have some revisions. Tell us, give us your name and address. And
Sure.
we can
Thank you,
start with
committee
the
member,
revision.
Madam Chair. My name is Nader Honamat. I'm registered professional engineer from Quadra Building Group. Address is 16 Stonehenge in Hollow in Unionville.
Okay, great. So we go through your revisions first, and then before we see whether we need a presentation from you. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any presentations. I believe it's very straightforward, so, but I'm happy to answer all the questions.
No, so go through the revisions first.
Sure.
Then. We have to get it from you. Yeah.
Talking with the planner of the committee, I spoke with her. She suggested that we move the garage, detached garage, to basically eliminate item 5. And we moved it and we revised it. Now we have more than 29 centimeters away we are from the property lines.
You see the agenda on the right on the screen. Let's just go through this by numbers and by in the order of the agenda,
Sure.
so we can just mark all these revisions so that it's on our records. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Go to item number 3 is the first revision. First of all, your purpose clause will eliminate the garage. Is that what?
Yeah, number 5, the basically
No, you're not building a garage.
the detached garage.
The detached garage. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, number 3 is as a result of the changing.
Just give us the figure now. Don't
Okay,
to
sorry,
explain
sorry,
why.
my apology.
Yeah.
So basically, the soft landscaping amount in the rear yard has changed from 45% to 44% to 45%, which is from 51.60 square meter to 52.72 square meter.
Thank you. And number 5, you revised.
And number 5, by moving the garage, basically the distance from the basically eve of the building, the garage building, it changed on the west side from 0.5 centimeters to 35 centimeters, and also on the south side, on the west side from the 0.01, from 1 centimeter to 31 centimeter.
Thank you. And those are the 2 revisions.
That's the only 2 revisions, yes.
Okay. Since you do not have any oppositions here,
Yep.
so I'm going to check whether they want
Sure.
to have a presentation first. You want a presentation?
Just a quick
Questions.
Did you, when you're talking about variance 5, are they just changes or did you say it's eliminated?
So basically, by moving the garage, we are not, there is no any more variance there.
So
So
that's a deletion
Yeah.
of variance 5.
We have to
Thank you.
delete variance number 5, so we don't want to revise it, we
Sure,
delete,
sure.
okay. That's a good
Thank you.
catch, yeah. All right, so any other questions? Yeah, okay, we do not have any other questions. Do you have something you'd like to address us before we move into decision?
no, not really. The only thing is we have a 2, basically a small tree, young tree at the front yard, which we have a letter from the first tree. And, but those tree doesn't have any interference with the construction because it's way away from the building.
Yeah, so you do have urban recommended conditions
Yeah.
here, okay. All right, so we're in committee, yeah?
Yeah,
You can start.
I think I'd like to, first of all, thank you for your submission. And I find that the variances that are proposed are very minor in nature
Yes.
to a large degree. Part of it, I think, is based upon existing site conditions of the property. Part of it is and the nature of the property. So I move we approve the application
Amended.
as amended, and then we also forestry condition 2. I don't believe there's any other
No,
requirement.
no other. Yeah.
And I don't think we have to tie it to any site plan or anything like that.
No.
So,
But we do have to also revise the purpose clause. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, they're still constructing the detached garage. They've just relocated it
yeah, that's why I'm
to
saying.
remove variance number 5.
Oh, I see. So that's we don't need, all right, I didn't realize that. Okay, thank you.
We remove
So-
5 or we leave it?
Oh, we delete, delete it,
Delete five,
don't
okay.
need anymore, yeah. And is there a second, Mr. McKay, second? Yeah.
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah. All in favor is amended agenda with the conditions. Is approve, all in favor, unanimously approved with conditions. Yeah, thank you. All right, so we move on and, okay, this one is item number 8 is 155 Margarita Street is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a new 1-story auxiliary building, which is a garage in the rear yard. The auxiliary building will not be used for habitable space. And we have received survey site plan, floor plan, elevation, 4 photographs, and the arborist report from the agent. And we are ready for the agent, and that's all the material we have received. Yeah, okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online to speak. Osrin, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. This is Osrin Stambuk from 15 Moreland Road.
Okay, thank you. You do not have any opposition for this application. We might not require a presentation from, do you guys want a presentation?
No.
No. Any questions? I do have,
I have
yeah,
a question.
please,
So,
yeah.
appreciate the not for human habitation. I'm just confused by this is just the planning of it, where it has a hallway and it has a washroom. Well, could you just describe what the use of this building is for?
Yes, certainly, through you, Chair. It is. Can you hear me well enough?
Yes, yes, quite well, thank you, yeah.
Okay, great. So this is meant to be as a garage by providing some ancillary use as plumbing for use of when the owners are entertaining in the backyard, they can have quick access to the bathroom. And the hallway is meant for better organization of storage.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to, it's the first time I see this variance is variance number 1. It says that because you do not provide electrical charger, is it it's kind of you have to, is because
Yeah, that's required now.
Oh, I see.
Madam Chair, that's now required, but the added cost is too much for us, so we would like to keep it optional and keep that variance.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, because the first time I see it, on this kind of property. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, we have no more questions for you. So we are in committee now. Yes, Mr. Bayet.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application, 2 variances, both very minor in nature.
Yeah.
So I have no, unless my colleagues have some thing to add, I can move forward with the motion to
Yeah.
approve with no conditions.
Yeah, Mr. McKay, second?
Yes.
Yes, approve with no conditions. All in favor? It's unanimously approved. Thank you. It's approved. And do we need a break or we?
Through you, Madam Chair, let's get through a couple more because there's the next one. Let's get through item number 9. There's no speakers.
Okay.
Item 10 was deferred, and then we can take a 5-minute break.
Okay, yeah, okay, item number 9 is 34 Grove Avenue. This is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a covered front porch and a front walkout basement walkout and a front third-story terrace and a rear third-story balcony. Also to construct a 2-story detached auxiliary building, which is a 2-car garage with a car lift and a storage area. And in the rear yard, we receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, a revised site plan, and a red line notice, zoning notice, and 7 photographs and a cover letter from the agent, and also presentation material from the agent. We received comment from community planning and also urban forestry. We have received support from 33 Grove Avenue. And that's all the material. We have on the supplemental material, we also receive a revised site plan red line notice and a letter from the agent. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we are going to unmute Janice and Robinson.
Janice Robinson, land use planner representing the owner at I live at 1128 Staghorn Court, Mississauga. If you could just go to the amended page 2 of the amended notice. There is an amendment to this application. There was a staff report asking for more rear yard soft landscaping. So in response to that, the rear yard soft landscaping has been increased to 37%. If you look at the site plan, it shows the rear yard soft landscaping.
It's been revised on the site plan too, I think. Yeah, on the revised site plan, right? Yeah. Thank
The
you.
revised site plan, yes, was submitted at the same time.
Yeah.
The next page.
Yes.
So the hard surface is just along the rear of the dwelling, and then a walkway to connect to the ancillary building, which is a garage in the rear.
Okay, thank you. You don't have any opposition. See whether the panel wants to have a presentation from you. Yes, you want a presentation?
Just a question.
Oh, you have questions? Yeah. We do not require presentation, but we have some questions for you. Yes.
So first of all, I appreciate the adjustment for the soft landscaping. Is permeable paving an option for you?
Well,
for your hard surfaces?
In this case, if you look at the rear yard area that is between the rear wall of the house and the garage, it's actually, and it's a 9.5 meter deep area. That area is actually 75% soft landscaping when you take into account that 9.5 meter wide area. The reason why the percentage seems so low is because the garage is considered hard surface in the calculation. They'd like to be able to have regular pavers if they could. I think that there's a really large amount of soft landscaping here that will satisfy the objectives of soft landscaping in the rear yard of drainage.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, we still have.
Maybe I'll just throw one in. I noticed from your site plan, the revised site plan, that your proposed garage is substantially larger than what looks like the neighboring garage. Would that be correct? I'm just trying to look at the plan to see.
Well, go back to the site plan, you can see the line of the existing garage. So there is an existing garage there now. And so it's the dashed line. But if I submitted photographs of this sky laneway that this garage is on, and it's a very highly developed laneway with a lot of, it's actually the other presentation of drawings.
Mhm.
This one's showing the front, that one there. And the purpose of submitting this was to show how many large structures there are in this laneway, to show the context of the laneway and how the proposed garage will fit in with the character of the laneway. So yes, it is larger than the existing one, but I think in character with many of the other structures in the laneway, which include garages and some mixed use and some laneway dwellings.
Just another quick question. You're asking for 6-meter height. Is that to accommodate the, I think you're proposing lifts, car lifts in this? Are you looking for a 4-car garage structure?
Yes, there are car lifts and that will accommodate it. And then there's also the 2-story part relates to the storage shelf that's at the front.
Mhm.
It's
Thank you.
considered 1.5 stories, but there's no such thing as 1.5 stories. It becomes 2 stories.
Mhm. Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I don't think we have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think Zahir, you caught on something that I was like, I understand the lift creates additional height, but it's going to 6 meters versus the kind of the zone, allowed zoning for 4. And I can't, that seems excessive to me, to be honest. It seems a big ask. And
Yeah, it's one of the things that I flagged as well. I found the height is an issue for me. The other one is variance number 8, because you're looking at total floor area from 40, what is required, 40 square meters,
65
to 65.01 square meters, and that's a significant increase in what is allowed. So I do have a concern about both of those variance requests, and ones that I don't think I can support.
So yeah, it seems that it's like vertically up to 6 meters. I don't understand that the garage is 4 meters, unless there's a reason for May Street and all. Oh, okay, yeah.
Sure.
So any other comment, and then do we have a motion on the
I
floor?
can put forward a motion and see where it lands.
Okay.
So for the reasons that I've cited, I'd like to move a motion to refuse this application.
Or do you think we can have oh, this is all to do with the detached garage?
It's all to do with the garage.
Okay, yeah, it cannot be partial approved.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
For you, Madam Chair, refuse as amended.
As amended,
Refused
yeah.
as amended.
And do we have a second to that motion?
we can go back into committee for a second.
Oh, okay,
Sure.
get back to committee. Okay, you want to make more comments?
So I do agree that garage is not appropriate, but I don't know if it's appropriate to give them approve for the main building. Because I don't think those variances are excessive, but not approve the variances related to but I do consider it kind of one package, unfortunately, so I didn't know, I just want to throw it out to the group here in advance. But maybe it's better to refuse and then have them come back with a better solution for the ancillary building. Because then that will improve the landscape, potentially improve the landscape and other, okay. Okay, sorry.
That's fine. So are we back in committee? We have still a motion with the amended agenda. Yeah. Okay, so who do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Yeah, Ms. Gogan second. All in favor of refuse?
Refuse,
Yeah. Unanimously refuse, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, at this time we'll take, does the committee need 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
7.
Does 5 minutes work for everyone? Okay, thank you.
5 minutes.
Please turn off your videos.
Done 9. 10.
Okay, if we can just have silence in the meeting room, please.
Yes,
We're gonna start.
we're going to resume the meeting right now. The item we have is number 11, it's 985 Woodbine Avenue. This is to alter the development standard or site-specific zoning bylaw for mixed-use building, 10 and 35 story with 1-story podium, by increasing the height of the northwest, south, and southwest corner of the 35-story tower, and by removing the chamfering of the tower elements on level 9 to 35, also to reduce the required width and horizontal clearance dimension of stacked vertical bicycle parking spaces. There will be a total of 601 rental units, and including 14 rental replacement units and 12 affordable units. And it's going to undergone a site plan approval application. We also receive a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, cover letter, and arborist report, and biorack type diagram from the agent, and we also transportation report from the agent and presentation material. And we also have a copy of the site-specific zoning bylaw, and we received comment from planning, the development planning, and also concern from number 12 should be questioned. But isn't that?
Through you, Madam Chair, we just have a report from TTC on this one.
Yeah. This is not, you can type, okay.
So we have the agent online, no registered speaker. Oh, no, actually here in person. Okay, and no registered speakers.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Yes, Joey Kwong. Address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
Yeah, we do not have any opposition speakers, right?
No.
So let's see whether, do you want to have a presentation?
I
myself,
something.
yeah. Yes, a little bit.
4 or
of-
5 minutes, maybe 4.5.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you want to bring up your presentation
Yeah.
first? So when,
This one.
just tell us when, you told us your name and address, right?
Yes, I did. Joey Kwong.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get started. So today I'm here to request 3 variances, one related to the removal of the chamfered corners on the tower element, and 2 related to the bicycle parking spaces. I think we can skip this one. It's just a site overview. Woodbine and Danforth were adjacent to the Woodbine subway station. So we have approvals for a 35-story mixed-use tower that's on along Woodbine and Danforth, the west building, and a 10-story mid-rise building along Strathmore Boulevard. So this, next slide, please. So the first variance is related to the revision of diagram 3 of the site-specific bylaw to remove the 34.1 meter height limit from the northwest corner and the southeast corner of the tower by removing the chamfering. The revised heights of those corners would be 117.3 meters, which is consistent with the height of the tower element. So this is a red line of that change. Next slide, please. Okay.
Frozen.
Yeah, frozen. Okay, there we go. So this one, I think we can see a little bit better. It's a side-by-side comparison of the approved tower on the left and the proposed on the right. So the shape of the tower element, which is levels 9 to 35, is outlined in orange. The corner chamfering is originally included as part of the tower design, which has now progressed through the site plan application process. We're proposing to fill in those corners in order to achieve more functional and livable suite layouts. Next slide, please. And this is a side-by-side comparison of the furnished floor layouts. The design continues to propose 12 units on each level, but with improved layouts, especially on those corner units. As a result of the requested variance, the tower floor plate increases slightly from 830 to 835 square meters. And the overall total gross floor area continues to fall below the maximum allowed in the site-specific bylaw. Variances 2 and 3 are related to bicycle parking dimensions, and these variances are being requested in order to accommodate vendor-specific bicycle parking system. So we are requesting a minimum width of 0.2 meters for stacked bicycle spaces, which is reduced from 0.6 meters. And for vertical bicycle spaces, we are requesting a minimum width of 0.2 meters, reduced from 0.4, and a minimum horizontal clearance of 0.9 meters, which is reduced from 1.2. And we acknowledge that transportation engineering has reviewed these two variances and do not have any concerns. I'd also like to acknowledge the memo received from TTC with advisory comments and conditions related to a technical review. So that process is underway as part of our site plan application. So we have no concerns related to those comments or conditions. So in closing, it's my opinion that the requested variances meet the 4 tests. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, I'm just puzzled a little bit by the variance number 1, the height.
Yeah.
I can see the squaring off of the tower, but I'm not sure where the height comes in.
Yeah, so on the, maybe we can go back to the site-specific bylaw diagram. Yeah. I think it was the 3rd slide. Yep, exactly. So right now at the corners, you can see there's a 34.1 meter height limit. That's kind of at the sides of the podium, the height of the podium. So we're requesting to remove that height limit. So the overall height would be 117.3.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you.
So we don't have any more questions. Thank you for the presentation. It's very, very useful. Now we're in committee. Okay. Anyone want? Yeah, please, Mr. Bai. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward, and it makes a lot of sense to the redesign of the tower so that it's big. It is, as you pointed out, the agent pointed out, it becomes much more functional floor space. And the ask is actually more technical than anything else. So I have there are no conditions to this particular application, and I see no reason not to approve it without condition.
Oh, sorry. Can we get out of the committee for one moment? I forgot. I actually have a very small question. This is because I don't not quite understand. What is replacement housing?
Yeah, so there's existing rental units on the subject site at this time. So part of our application is to replace those existing units in the new building.
And then those units, the so-called the rents are being owned or controlled? Is that?
Yeah, that's right. So it would be at the same size and rents as what's currently
And then
existing.
that's on top of, that's not included in the affordable unit?
No, those are two separate.
Two separate things. Okay, that's all. That will be back in committee. Yes.
Thank
you.
I would second that motion to approve without condition, Madam Chair.
Yes, and they have the TTC requirement to meet anyway. I do not think we need to, this condition.
And it's conditions number 2, 3, and 5 from TTC in their report.
Okay, so it's still a TTC condition. Okay, all right, condition. Okay, we have a second. All in favor of the conditions? Unanimously approved. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Yes. And we have item number 13 now. It's 7 Trenton Street. This is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage and a front porch with stair and a rear basement walkout and a rear second floor deck with stairs and an oversized driveway. We have received a copy of the survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and revised site plan, floor plan and elevations, and the red line public notice and the revised zoning notice. 5 photographs and a cover letter from the agent and presentation material from the agent. We also received comments from transportation and the staff comment from urban forestry and community planning. And we, that's all. And on the supplemental material, we received the red line notice and a cover letter presentation material from the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online to speak and no registered speakers. You've been unmuted.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Tanzilur Rahman. I'm the agent on behalf of the owner, 7 Trenton Street.
Okay. You have made some revision on your application. Can you go through the revision with us first?
Okay, so we have a revision the height. We reduced the height of the second floor, 1 feet.
Let's bring up
Variance 2 and 3.
Yeah. Bring up the so the variance 2 you changed to 8. Right. Can you go through one by one with us?
Yeah.
First?
Variance 2, we reduced the height from 9.07 to 8.76. And variance 3, we reduced the height 8.56 to 8.26 meter.
Thank you. And anything else? No way. That's all the revision. Thank you very much. Okay, we are ready. You do not have any oppositions here. See whether we need a presentation. Do anyone want a presentation? No. Do we have any questions for the applicant? No. Question, please. Yes.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember I tried to look, the reason why the second floor is so high and not considered the ground floor is because of the grading on the site?
No. This is the, we, according to the basement definition, we don't have a basement. That's why the midpoint of the midpoint of the lower part of the floor and the bottom of the joist,
right,
is directly above. It is higher than the established grade. That's why there is no basement.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a relatively flat site. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, I have just one more questions about the variance number 6. You have a platform at the rear. It's quite larger than is allowed. Do you have an overlooked problem there, or do we?
No,
need
we have a glass wall over there. We opaque. Yeah, we make it opaque for the neighborhood.
Oh, okay. You have an opaque screening there already. Okay.
Yeah, screening there. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. So that's all our questions, right? We have no question. We do not have any more questions for you. Now we are in committee. There's a forestry condition 3. If anyone wants to take a motion. Yes, please.
No, I can move a motion, Chair. I think this is a fairly straightforward application, despite the fact that there are 9 variances. They're all essentially minor variances, and there'll be 2 amendments that have been made. The only conditions we have is forestry number 3 and planning condition that the construction be substantially in accordance with elevations, the north elevation, east elevation, west elevation, drawings number A06, A07, and A09.
Yeah. Okay, as amended agenda. Do I have a second, Mr. Okay, second? Yeah. All in favor with the amended agenda and the conditions, all in favor, unanimously approved. Thank you. Thank you. It's approved. So we have our number 14 is 2 Avenue. I guess that's how we pronounce that street. Is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear third floor addition, which will be cantilever at the rear of the building. We have survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and also an arborist report from the agent. And we have 2 letters of support from number 4 and 339 Huntston Avenue. That's all we have received. And in the supplemental package, we also with the same support letters. Okay, thank you. We're ready for the agents.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online to speak, and there are no other registered speakers.
Yeah.
Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owners.
Okay, thank you. You do not have any oppositions, and I just see whether the panel requires a presentation from you. No? Okay. How about, do we have questions? Because no, we do not have any more questions. Okay, we do not even have any questions. Do you have anything you want to address the panel before we move into discussion?
Not necessarily. This is a fairly straightforward application. The addition is 40.7 square meters. The variances, variance number 1 is continuation of the existing side main wall height. I'll note that the lot line is angled toward the rear, so the side yard setback refers to a pinch point. And the proposed FSI is within range, in fact, smaller than a number of other examples in the neighborhood, some of which are over 1.0.
Yes, I can see, yeah. Okay, thank you. Now we are in committee. Yeah, I agree. When I look at the variance number 1, in the first glance, it's like a big increase in height, except that when you look at the design or the proposal is actually, it's just filling up in that little back, the back. So it's not like increasing the overall height that much. In that. Yeah. Okay.
I was going to think there was going to be some overlook issues, but because it's pulled back from its neighbor and then it's adjacent to a laneway, it seems like it's a reasonable massing. And the side windows don't seem to be too much, so.
Yes.
And there's no 3rd floor or 2nd floor balconies.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So any, okay, any other comments, or do we have a motion? Yeah, Mr. Gauguin, you want to?
Sure, I'll make a motion. Sure. Yeah, I have to refresh my memory on. Yeah, so I recommend we approve this application. And I don't believe there's any last minute changes. So as submitted. And I don't believe there is forestry condition.
None.
No forestry condition.
No
So
condition.
we just recommend we approve this application.
Okay, Mr. McKay, second. Approve with no conditions, all in favor? All in favor, unanimously approved, no condition. Okay, thank you. The next item is 15. It's 661 O'Connor Drive. Is to construct a new 3-story apartment building with front and rear basement walkout and a front and side porches, and a side 3rd-story balcony, as well as a 4th-story rooftop deck and stairs enclosure. Also to construct a new rear detached auxiliary building, which contains 6 stacked vehicle parking space and a driveway along the west side of the property. There will be 10 residential units on this lot. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevation, revised site plan, floor plan elevations, and 4 photographs, arborist report, presentation material, and also email corresponding, and also planning rationale from the agent. We receive comments from transportation engineering and community planning. We have also received support for, there's no address attached to Paul Ferraro. And and uniform, 220 gramo, and we have also received 30 baseball plays support, and we have received a number of oppositions, and they all in on Northbrook and Westview and O'Connor, Fulton, and also McCockey Road. And we have received also a 43 signature petition in opposition, and of our occupants on this McCockey Road, O'Connor and Plain Road, Westview Boulevard, and West Mountain Avenue. And we are ready for the agent. And
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person to speak, and we also have registered speakers both in person and online for this item.
okay, we have a number of oppositions, so give us your name and address, and we require a presentation from you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you so much for having me. My name is Blair Scorgi. My address is 58 Caroline Avenue in Toronto, Ontario, M4M2X7.
So we can bring up the material. Is this the presentation you want to?
I believe so, yes. Thank you.
Okay, are you ready to start now?
I'm ready to start. Thank you so much.
Start the content.
So I'm a registered professional planner and urban designer. I'm also the managing principal of Scorchi Planning. I'm here appearing today on behalf of the applicant 165-31717 Canada Inc. regarding the proposed development at 661 O'Connor Drive. I just wanted to note anecdotally, just to preface the conversation, that in an advisory capacity, I have actually worked with city staff on the development of the major streets official plan policies and zoning bylaw regulations. As I am often invited to participate in expert sort of industry stakeholder meetings and roundtables. And in my professional opinion, I view this particular application as a strong practical example of how those policies and regulations are intended to function. The project represents a modest purpose-built rental intensification on a major street, exactly the kind of gentle, well-designed housing growth envisioned by the city. Next slide, please. The timer's not going.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Under current zoning, the properties along O'Connor Drive may be developed to 6 stories and roughly 60 units as of right, subject to specific performance criteria in the zoning bylaw. By comparison, this proposal is a 3-story, 10-unit apartment building, a context-sensitive form that fits comfortably within the existing neighborhood. It introduces a low-rise, street-oriented building with individual unit entrances at grade, a landscape front yard, and an articulated facade that is consistent with that of nearby homes. At the rear, a small parking stacker structure provides resident parking. It is screened from O'Connor Drive and enhanced with a community mural to soften its appearance. The driveway and lay-by use porous paving to manage stormwater runoff and to reduce stormwater and manage runoff. Overall, the design maintains a neighborhood scale while delivering new rental supply that integrates seamlessly with its surroundings. Next slide, please. The site-related variances are modest and relate primarily to how the building is organized on the lot. They maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw while improving functionality and design quality. A 7.5 meter side yard setback is required where a building exceeds 25 meters in length. Our building extends just 0.9 meters beyond that threshold, with 2.4 meter side yard setbacks on both sides, which is intended to maintain consistency with the setbacks in advance of that sort of portion of the length. We feel that this maintains an appropriate separation and access while keeping a low rise scale. The overall building length of 25.9 meters allows for more functional family-sized units without increasing height or massing. The front yard setback of 5.17 meters instead of the required 6 meters, we feel helps create a more continuous street-oriented frontage with individual entrances and active facades. Although the west side landscape buffer cannot be fully achieved due to the driveway, the total amount of soft landscaping across the site meets zoning requirements. Porous paving and new planting enhance infiltration, reduce runoff, and improve the overall landscape quality. Next slide, please. The building-related variances are equally minor and ensure the form maintains a low-rise, contextually appropriate sort of scale. The ancillary parking stacker structure has a height of 5.87 meters rather than the permitted 4 meters. This accommodates the mechanical lift only. It's non-habitable, fully screened, and still lower than the height that's permitted for a garden suite, which is 6.3 meters. From an urban form perspective, the impact is negligible, and the structure will include a mural to enhance its appearance. However, if this variance is of particular concern to the Committee of Adjustment, the applicant is also happy to proceed with an as-of-right parking condition that would remove this particular variance. No visitor parking space is provided, which is reasonable for a 10-unit rental building located on a major street with frequent transit and nearby on-street parking. For comparison, the zoning for the stretch of O'Connor Drive permits buildings of 6 stories and roughly 60 units, as previously mentioned. I just want to reiterate, and you can see in the envelopes here, the green is the as-of-right building envelope. The sort of gray or the white outlined vector-based image is what's being proposed, and the blue indicates the extent of required variances, which I hope we can agree are minor. Next slide, please. Technical considerations. So the Urban Forestry and Transportation Services have reviewed the application and indicated that they have no objections. Community Planning also indicated no objections, but requested a screen be provided on the south side of the elevation to mitigate issues of overlook associated with the adjacent school to the south. The applicant has agreed to incorporate the screening element. We are happy to proceed on that basis. The applicant and consultant team also visited all neighboring properties, leaving contact information to encourage dialogue. While a limited number of people responded, this reflects a genuine effort to engage proactively. Overall, the proposal is technically sound, responsive to feedback, and supportable from my perspective. Next slide, please. In my professional opinion, the proposal satisfies all 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act and maintains the intent of both the official plan and the zoning bylaw. It is minor in its impact in quantifiable terms as well as in qualifiable terms, and is desirable for the appropriate development of the land. It aligns with the city's expanding housing options and neighborhoods initiative and the provincial policy statement, supporting compact, transit-oriented, purpose-built rental housing and sustainable design. In summation, this is gentle density done thoughtfully. It's modest, it's compatible, and it's policy aligned. As such, we respectfully request the committee support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do it at a good time because you got some extra time in the beginning.
Thank you. I practiced.
Okay.
Just a quick question.
Quick questions, and then we will reserve more questions to you after we hear the speakers.
Just a quick question. I thought I heard you say that the owner would be open to one of the variances. Not which one was it? I missed hearing which one it was.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. It's paragraph number 5 in the zoning examiner's report, which is I consider that variance number 2. It's the maximum permitted height of an ancillary building or structure is 4 meters. The proposed height of the ancillary structure is 5.872 meters. That's because it's a triple decker parking stacker.
Yeah.
So we can only take it below grade so far. And so it pushes the height up, but we would be open and willing to considering alternatives that allow for us to remove this particular variance. We're providing it because we think it's what the tenants will want, and we want to provide some element of parking on site, but resident parking is not required.
Great. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
That's good. Okay, so we're going to to hear the other speakers, and then we'll come back to you. We'll bring you back.
Okay. Would you like me to leave or stay?
Yeah, there might be some people in the room. Yeah.
It's like a 3-car stacker.
Can we have the in-person registered speakers? First up, Adriano.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Adriano Marcus. I live at 32 Westview Boulevard in East York.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
5 minutes at
yeah.
West Benham.
I'm a nearby resident and I'm going to speak in opposition of this proposed 10-unit apartment. I'm going to touch on a couple of points. The first point I'm going to touch on is a loss of green space and stormwater impact. Right? The proposal removes nearly all existing green space from the lot and replaces it with building mass, concrete, and paved areas. According to the city's own 2025, reducing stormwater runoff and mitigating basement flooding, residential properties make up nearly half of impermeable surfaces in Toronto. right? The current goal is to restore permeability within residential properties, to get more water soaking into the ground and flowing into the sewer systems and deviating from the sewer systems. Here, the design goes into the opposite direction. It eliminates the 1.5 meter soft landscaping buffer on one side and reduces it to 1.13 meters, and it completely eliminates it on the other side. That's not a minor adjustment. It's a full loss of infiltration space and directly conflicts with the city's stormwater mitigation policies. The second point I'd like to touch on is the developer claims about porous pavers. The applicant's presentation includes a bullet point stating porous pavers support stormwater infiltration and reduce runoff. While that sounds environmentally friendly, no information on where it will be used, how much surface area will cover, or whether it meets any infiltration standards are present. Porous pavers have their limits. They clog over time, they require maintenance, and they don't replicate the absorption and cooling and filtration functions of natural soil and vegetation. And crucially, under the zoning bylaw, porous pavers do not qualify as soft landscaping, right? So even with this feature, the application still fails to meet the city's green space requirements. The city's stormwater strategy prioritizes vegetated soil-based systems like rain gardens and infiltration beds, not surface materials that look green on paper but function like pavement in practice. The third point I'd like to touch on is snow storage and winter runoff. Another concern is snow management. The site includes underground parking, a tight footprint, and a minimal soft landscaping. There's essentially nowhere for snow to be stored on site. While large piles of snow are pushed onto hard surfaces like O'Connor Drive, which is a heavily trafficked street, right? It could potentially have, it can often, sorry, I lost my place. I'm just gonna, okay. The runoff can easily overwhelm drains and migrate onto neighboring properties, okay? The proposal and presentation makes no mention of snow storage or melt management plans, even though the city's engineering guidelines expect one for projects of this size. It's an oversight that can create real year-round drainage problems for the surrounding homes and adjacent school property. I'd also like to touch on the arborist report that the excavation for the underground garage will extend onto the tree-protected zones of Canadian Martyr School. Even if described as tolerable by the arborist, it shows how close the project pushes onto property boundaries. Combined with the loss of green space and lack of snow melt, it raises concerns about how long-term impacts for both private and school properties, especially during heavy rainfall or winter melt conditions. Lastly, I'd like to touch on this development is more than one-off variances. It sets a precedent. If multiple lots along the O'Connor corridor follow the same pattern, replacing green space with impermeable surfaces, the culminating effect on stormwater and flood risks will be significant. The question isn't whether the design fits on the lot, it's whether it fits within the city's own environmental and infrastructure goals. In closing, for these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse the application until the applicant provides a plan that meets the required soft landscaping buffer, includes a defined snow melt storage and melt management strategy, and demonstrates a genuine support for the City of Toronto's stormwater runoff reduction initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Hi, thank you. Yeah, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Blas, and I live at 663 O'Connor Drive, right beside this structure that is to go up. So I just want to clarify one thing before I start my presentation. That house has been empty for almost a year, and not once did the owner come over and engage with the community. So whatever they said before, it has not happened. So there's been plenty of opportunities, them on the driveway, Not once did they come over and say, hey, this is what we're doing. So the community is shocked that there is a 10-unit apartment building going in a single dwelling spot. All righty.
Okay, you ready for your presentation?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, your
Okay.
5 minutes.
I am here today to express my strong opposition to this proposal. In my view, these 6 variances are not minor. They are major in both scale and impact. Together, they represent a significant departure from the intent of the zoning bylaw and from the established character of our neighborhood. Number 1, no precedence. This building is simply too big. There is no precedence in this area for a building of this size, height, or intensity. The proposed 10-unit apartment is too large for this lot, and the oversized ancillary structure only exists to justify that scale. It is clear that this site is being overdeveloped, and the project is not compatible with the nearby single-family homes. Side yard setbacks, too close to us, the neighbors. The bylaw requires 7.5. They are proposing only 2.4 meters on both sides. That is a huge reduction, bringing walls right up to the property lines. This will create shadowing, privacy loss, and constant vehicle noise, especially for the neighbor on the west side who will experience cars moving in and out 24/7. The ancillary building, that is nearly 2 meters higher than permitted. That's about a 47% increase. This structure is not ancillary, it's dominant. It will tower over the backyard and compound the sense of overcrowding on the lot. And excuse me, but putting a mural on it does not make it acceptable. Even though the length building length and front yard setbacks, even though the length exceeds the bylaw only by 0.9 meters, it pushes the total mass and bulk beyond what is appropriate. The front yard sideback is also reduced, pulling the entire facade closer to the street and disrupting the uniform streetscape that defines our block. Landscaping and parking. The landscaping buffer is 1.13 on the east and 0 on the west, eliminating crucial soft landscape separation from neighbors. There is also no visitor parking, which means more cars parked on the street, adding to noise, congestion, and safety concerns. Each variance may appear small on its own, but together they produce a development that is visually overwhelming, incompatible, and detrimental to adjacent homes. This proposal fails the test of being minor, desirable, or consistent with the general intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan. When you look at the data, the picture is clear. The 42-foot tall building, whereby bylaws generally permit a maximum about 32 feet, side setbacks reduced from 7.5 meters to 2.4, and a 47% over height ancillary building, 0 meter landscaping on one side, and no visitor parking. These are not small adjustments. They are measurable material deviations that cumulatively redefine what the zoning allows. The proposal clearly over-intensifies the site and undermines the low-rise intent of the zoning law. I respectfully ask the committee to find that these are major variances and refuse the application. And I also would like to point out that we have been solicited by people wanting us to sell, and some of them have said that they are acting on the owner's behalf, and this is very upsetting to my mother, who is 90 years old and does not need to be harassed by people knocking on her door asking if she wants to sell.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Do any questions to this? Actually, I do have, maybe I have missed what you just said earlier. You said that your neighbor, one of your neighbors, will hear traffic noise 24/7. Where did the traffic noise come
the driveway runs right by her side door, and I don't know what time these people work or go home. There will be traffic on the driveway going to the ancillary building at the back 24/7.
Oh, okay, just you assume that there will be continuous traffic. Oh, that's, I thought that is something else that.
No, no, no.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
assuming, yes, that people will become leaving their home.
Okay, that's the new auxiliary building will produce that.
Right, because
Okay,
they have
thank
to
you.
drive to the back.
I just want to
From the
know
front
whether I heard
to the
it
back.
something. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. And
Are there any more in-person speakers for this item present? Okay, we have online speakers present, and we will move on to Christina. Hi, Christina, you've been unmuted.
Yes. Hi, yes.
Hello?
Yes, please, we can hear you. Tell us, give us your name and your address, please.
Yeah, my name is Christina Rochard, and I live at 12 Bataki Road.
Okay. Yes, you have 5 minutes to address the panel. Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm speaking today about the requested variances for this application and to share how these variances would impact the enjoyment of neighboring properties and the surrounding neighborhood. There will be a large impact on property enjoyment and neighborhood character. Several of the requested variances relate to increased building size, reduced setbacks, and elimination of landscaping and parking. Collectively, these create a building that is larger, taller, and closer to neighboring properties than what the zoning bylaw intends. First, the side yard setback reduction from 7.5 meters to only 2.4 meters will bring the building much closer to the neighboring lot line. This will limit light, reduce privacy, and increase overlook on the south side, east side, and west side of the building into adjacent homes, school property, where many children, including my own, spend time outdoors. This will increase privacy concerns for families and staff and alter the open space feeling that currently exists around the school and surrounding homes. The garage ancillary structure height increased to nearly 6 meters when only 6 meters is permitted is significant and will add additional visual bulk in what is meant to be a secondary structure. The reduced front yard setback and excess building length will further push the massing of the building towards the street and neighboring properties, which changes the established rhythm and openness of the streetscape. The loss of the soft landscaping, particularly a 0-meter strip on the west side, eliminates natural buffering and stormwater absorption, replacing greenery with hard surfaces. These impacts taken together will negatively affect the enjoyment of nearby properties and the overall neighborhood character. I'd like to specifically speak about the requested variance to eliminate the required visitor parking space for this proposed apartment building. Removing the one required visitor parking space means every guest, every delivery, or every service vehicle will have to park on the street, competing with residents who already rely on street parking and use these streets for daily commutes. This creates congestion, makes it harder for emergency vehicles to access properties, and reduces pedestrian and cycling safety on O'Connor and surrounding streets that are already busy at all hours of the day. Looking at the forecast, is it minor? Individually, some variances might appear small in number, but their combined effect is not minor. The increased length, height, and reduced setbacks together represent overdevelopment on a constrained site of a single-family home. The variance may appear small numerically, just one parking space, but its impact is not minor because it will have an ongoing cumulative effect on O'Connor Drive and the surrounding streets and neighborhood. Is it desirable for the appropriate development of the land? It should fit harmoniously with its context. The proposed massing and reduced green space are not desirable for this low residential neighborhood and may set a precedent for similar overbuilding. Removing all visitor parking is not desirable as it encourages overflow parking onto residential streets, which are not designed for apartment use. The general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw requires setbacks, height limits, and landscaping buffers to maintain privacy, access to light, and neighborhood character. This proposal undermines those objectives. The bylaws require visitor parking to ensure apartments use do not burden the surrounding residential areas. This variance clearly defeats that intent. And the general intent and purpose of the official plan emphasizes stability and compatibility in residential neighborhoods. Allowing this level of intensification through multiple variances would not maintain the established character or the intent of the plan. The official plan promotes development that are compatible with existing neighborhoods and support livable, accessible streets. Eliminating required parking does not do that. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse the variance eliminating the visitor parking space, as well as the other variances of building size, reduced setbacks, and elimination of landscaping, as it fails to meet the forecast and will negatively impact the neighborhood. I ask the committee to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, any question to this speaker? I just want to interrupt a little bit because I do not see myself on the camera on the screen.
You're off to the side.
Is it something? Yeah, something that happened. I lost that control. Yeah, I am, because I have a blank screen saying me. We are okay? All right. All right, so let's have the next speaker.
Madam Chair, that's it for speakers. We can bring back the agent.
Okay, thank you. So you have a 5-minute rebuttal to those issues that the speakers raised, but then we'll ask you questions on outside that.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much. So, I mean, several objections, and I'll just sort of start by saying I did review the number of objections that were submitted in advance and prepared some notes. Contrary to some remarks that were made, the applicant and I personally did visit all the abutting and adjacent properties on the south side of O'Connor Drive. I was present. This was a couple of weeks ago, and we left notes at the front doors. We knocked on the doors. Some people were home, opted not to answer the doors. Others were not home. We left notes in all cases. To the best of my understanding, the applicant can clarify, we did not receive any responses. So anyway, with that being said, several objections suggest that the proposal is out of character with the surrounding neighborhood. So in fact, I would argue that the site fronts onto O'Connor Drive. You might, sorry, I think you want to start the timer, right?
Yes, okay.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Which is identified in the city's official plan as a major street, right? So it's a corridor that where modest low to mid-rise forms of intensification are anticipated and actually encouraged in the official plan. I'll just remind everybody, despite the fact that a single-story bungalow exists on site today, the policy and regulatory framework permits a 6-story, 19-meter tall building. That is what is permitted as of right. We conversely are proposing a 3-story, 10-unit building on this site. The proposal is a low-rise apartment building that reflects the existing pattern of development along O'Connor Drive and maintains an appropriate relationship with adjacent dwellings. The consultant team and the client team have designed the building to fit harmoniously within its context, with setbacks that reinforce the area's established residential character. Comments were made about the setbacks. The fact of the matter is that the ground floor condition is set back 6 meters from the front property line. That is what is required in the zoning bylaw. The rear of the building is set back more than 7.5 meters, which is the requirement. The sides are set back 2.4 meters, which is the requirement in the zoning bylaw for a major streets apartment building with secondary windows. The only place where we require a variance for setbacks is the 0.9 meters at the rearmost portion of the building that exceeds the maximum permitted building length of 25 meters. So for 25 meters, we're permitted 2.4 meter side yard setbacks, just to be clear. So when we're talking about the variances and the intensity of them, the extent of them, we're talking about that 0.9 meters at the rear of the building, okay? Privacy and overlook. Several letters raise concerns about potential overlook towards the school property to the south. The building has been masked and oriented to minimize direct views. The applicant is committed to incorporating screening elements along the south elevation. So I think that sort of speaks for itself. Parking. Concerns were also expressed about parking adequacy and potential traffic increases. The proposal provides sufficient on-site parking through a compact stacker system. And I will remind the committee that Transportation Services has reviewed the application, as has Community Planning. Neither have expressed concerns with the parking supply, the proposed parking solution on the site, or the traffic generated by the site. Transportation staff have confirmed that for developments of approximately 20 units or fewer, a dedicated visitor parking space is not required. This proposal includes 10 units, which is well within that threshold. The site is serviced by frequent service transit on O'Connor Drive as well as Woodbine Avenue, and has on-street visitor parking nearby on virtually every adjacent local street. With respect to scale and site planning, some submissions characterize the project as overdevelopment. It is in fact a modest, low-rise building. It's situated on a deep lot with appropriate setbacks and landscaped areas. There were comments made earlier about landscaping. We exceed the city's requirements for landscaping and soft landscaping on the site. There is no variance sought regarding the total amount of landscaping on the site. The design achieves an efficient yet balanced use of land, introduces purpose-built rental housing while maintaining open space and greenery. Okay, the building's height, scale, and form are compatible with the surrounding low-rise context. Policy context. The application advances the city's goals for context-sensitive intensification and expanded housing choice along major streets. It contributes new rental housing in a walkable, transit-supportive location while respecting the character and the scale of its settings. The adjacencies are 1- and 2-story buildings. This is a 3-story building. Okay. The requested variances maintain the intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, and they represent good planning. Okay. In closing, proposal is well designed, it's low rise, and it provides new rental housing. It fits comfortably within its surroundings and addresses key privacy and compatibility considerations. Okay. Although very few residents responded in any kind of way, shape, or form to our outreach, we would have preferred to speak with them in person or even over the phone rather than having to deal with opposition here today, because we feel that a lot of the concerns probably could have been addressed proactively through communication. We remain open to continued dialogue and to implementing the agreed upon screening measures that have been requested. We believe the application reflects a thoughtful and balanced approach to gentle intensification along a designated major street, and respectfully request the committee's support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And yes, any question to, yes, please.
I do have a question. Thank you very much for your explanations. They're quite interesting. Thank you for the one related to variance number 1. Because I think sometimes the numbers can confuse people as to what is allowed and what you're asking.
Understood.
Just coming back to variance number 2, I've just find that there's a massing effect at the back.
We're talking about the parking sector?
The parking,
yes.
The ancillary building.
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetically,
mm-hmm.
if that was removed,
mm-hmm.
then there would be no on-site parking, presumably, or am I wrong? Would be something different.
We would explore alternatives that did not require a variance. So we could, for example, be replaced with a double car stacker instead of a triple, which would bring the height down to under 4 meters, which is the maximum permitted building height for an accessory structure of that nature. Okay. Or we could look at surface parking, provided it didn't trigger, a soft landscaping variance or another landscape buffer variance, right? So those would be the things that we could look at. However, I would remind the committee that resident parking is not required in the bylaw. We are providing it because we see value in doing so for the future tenants of this building.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yeah.
I was also concerned about variance number 1 on the side yard setback. So I wonder if you could just take us, just inform us a little better about the Main Street policy. And,
yes.
And I think if I have your evidence correct, that would 2.4 meter side yard setback is something that's
is permitted. It's permitted up until so there's a couple things happening here. So
as it permitted in zoning yet, just what kind of instrument?
It's permitted in zoning under zoning bylaw 608-2024, which is the major streets zoning bylaw regulations, which amend bylaw 569-2013, which is the comprehensive city of Toronto zoning bylaw, on a major street on lands that are designated neighborhoods. Okay, so that's what this is.
Yeah.
The zoning bylaw permits side yard setbacks. There are 2 performance standards. The first is if they are blank walls or they have secondary windows, the side yard setback requirement is 2.4 meters. If they have primary windows, which are effectively living room and dining room windows, it has to be 5.5 meters setback from the side. But there's a second regulation in there, which is that these major streets, apartment buildings they're permitted to have building lengths of 25 meters. And there's also something in that says, if there's a building that has a length of more than 25 meters, the portion of the building whose length is beyond 25 meters, so so in our case, 0.9 meters, must be set back 7.5 meters on the sides. That's not to say the whole side has to be set back that amount, just that portion. So we're literally talking about 0.9 meters, which is quantifiably minor. And then we're also talking about the impact that has, which is qualitatively minor.
Yeah, that's a very good explanation. Mr. McKay, it's a good question.
Thank you.
I
appreciate the question.
Understood it the first time, but it's good to.
Well, and it's important to talk about it, if I can just interject, because this is kind of novel. Like, this is one of the first, if not the first, major streets application to be brought forward in East York. And I don't know about the broader former city of Toronto, but in this particular ward, this is likely the first, if not one of the first, that you're going to see. And so I do think, and I am an educator, I teach at TMU School of Planning part-time. So I pride myself on informing and educating in the process of having these discussions. I think it's important. This is a novel building typology. It is permitted. It's been recently permitted. This is literally one of the first you will have seen. And so I want to make sure we're all clear on what the regulations actually say.
Thank you. That was helpful.
You're welcome.
Okay, David. Okay, any other questions? Okay, no more. So we are in committee now. I would just like to start asking the staff to bring up their presentation material. I think the slide number 3, excluding the cover page. It's got this diagram, the elevation diagram, explaining what is as right and also what they propose. Yeah, this one. I want to keep it there so that when I hear comments, I can refer to this diagram. Okay.
Yeah, I'll add a couple comments. So as the applicant noted, this is the first of this type of application. So this is why when you have an established neighborhood, there's a lot of resistance to it. So that's why neighborhood impact should be measured as much as compliance with the zoning bylaws. I think this is a good diagram to show what, if you did something as of right, what could potentially be built on this site. I think it's always a good example. And also, we're here to measure variance from what's allowable, not. But if I step away from that for a second, I do find the massing. We've seen applications before for multi-res that are much more bulky mass and with not as much sensitivity to the neighborhood. So I do commend the applicant for doing something of a scale that's relevant to a neighborhood context, not a kind of a more commercial context. So while we're not here to evaluate that,
I appreciate it nonetheless.
But we are, but I would say that there are some good points raised. One is on the landscape side. Even though the landscape buffer is not provided, there is no landscape variance for percentage of landscape coverage. There is no height variance. And I do think that the massing of the building, what I did want to point out is that the overlook issue is interesting because, for example, on the west elevation, there's a balcony that looks over the neighbor's property, but it is set back. So it looks like it's screened right now. I don't know to what level of screening it is. So that was really the only thing that I found this a very supportable application, with the exception of some of the west elevation overlook issue maybe. So I just throw that out there. I think the schoolyard overlook issue looks like it's been resolved.
Yes.
But the west overlook looks important. And again, the stepped massing, I think, minimizes shadow impact as well. So that's my feedback.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I also would like to make a couple comments. That's why I asked to have this diagram on the screen. It's just that to really clearly state that what the only thing that exceeding what the SS right is the blue squares. I was just thinking that if you look at all the variances, to me, he's got a very good explanation of variance number 1. And it's actually considered minor, if that's what they're asking for. And yet the rest is, we look down to the 5 variances, all of them to me is supportable. And especially for the auxiliary building, in the balance of 10 apartments, let's give them, as they say, a bigger value, because if it's, imagine even if it's a single family unit, they can still build a garden suite. And then the garden suite is outlined by the green outline, which is, to me, compared to what they have proposed, it's not much different. It's what they propose is fatter but shorter. And so I'm okay with that too. And those are my only comments. And anyone else want to make some comments or have a motion? Yes.
Yeah, I'll just add my 2 cents worth as well. I think, and it comes back to this notion of change. I am always reminded that very large portions of East York, as the built form that we see it today, didn't exist prior to World War II. So there's a tremendous change that occurred. And what we are seeing now in Toronto and along the major corridors is new policy change that is introducing change as our city grows. And so this is very much a part of that. And I think it all, if you look back at what is allowed as opposed to what is being asked for, I think what is being asked for is actually quite minimal. And acceptable change. And change is always a bit of a difficult thing to deal with. The most certain thing in life is change, and the one we resist most. So I understand the concerns of immediate neighbors, because I saw some addresses from people in opposition, and I couldn't find the roads they were, the addresses actually. But the immediate neighbors, I understand the change will be difficult to accept initially. But I think as time goes on, I suspect it'll grow on in a manner of speaking. So yeah, I think this is a supportable application.
And any more questions? No. Oh, if anyone want to make a motion, I will remind that the planning do want to have privacy screen on the balcony or something.
Right.
Yeah. On the rear balcony.
Forestry 3, I believe those are.
And there's I do not have a forestry condition here.
Yes. it is
I do.
3, yeah.
You do?
Forestry 3.
That's
3, yeah.
Okay, okay, I do.
It's supplementary, I think.
Okay, do we have a motion here? Mr. Byers, yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move a motion to approve this application. And essentially just the 2 conditions, forestry number 3 and planning condition.
And we haven't changed the agenda. Okay, second, Mr. McKay, second. Sorry.
Can I make a comment?
Okay, please, yeah.
I think, again, I think the applicant has put together a thoughtful application, but I would still encourage that they continue dialogue with the area residents as this progresses, because I think that will ultimately help with a smooth execution of the project. Yeah. No. It's just.
We have to come out of committee.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We're back into committee.
You're back in committee, we have a motion on to approve with forestry conditions and the planning conditions. All in favor? All in favor of those conditions is approved. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah. Yes, thank you. And now we have item number 16 is 5001 Palmerston Boulevard. Is to construct a new 3-story apartment building with front and rear ground floor stairs and 2 front and 2 rear second floor balconies and 2 front and 2 rear third floor balconies and 2 side basement walk down and a rooftop stairs. And also to convert the existing rear 1-story auxiliary building, which is garage, to a garden suite by constructing a second-story addition and a two-story additions on the southwest portion of the building with a complete basement addition and a stair at the west side of the building. There will be a total of 11 residential units on this lot, 10 on the main apartment building and 1 in the garden suite. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan, elevation, and revised site plan elevations, floor plan and elevation, and red line public notice, and a revised zoning notice, zoning waivers, sorry. 2 photographs, cover letter from the agent and decision affecting the property, and an arborist report from the agent. And we received comment from transportation engineering and staff, report from urban forestry and community planning. And we have received a number of support from 2 individuals with no addresses and 509 Palmerston Boulevard and also 525, 537 Palmerston Boulevard. And we receive a number of oppositions, is a long list of oppositions from various, from Palmerston Boulevard, and all of them are from Palmerston Boulevard. Thank you. That's all the material we received. We are ready for you, the agent, please. Yeah. You do have a lot of opposition, so presentation required. And please give us your name and address. We can start. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Pardon? I'll check. Don't worry. It's Amber Stewart, and I am the lawyer for the owner, and my address is 62 Sunvale Drive, Toronto, Ontario, M9R1Z3. And my client is just reminding me when I go through the presentation that we did submit an updated presentation just with a couple of extra pieces of information. So it'll be in whatever is your latest material folders. And if that's the one we could refer to, that would be great.
Bring up the thing you need, and then we won't start the timer until we get everything ready. Okay? Okay. Yeah. Is this what you need? It's on the screen.
It should have 20 slides instead of, there was like 1 additional slide, so.
What's it doing today?
Yes, thank you. Uploaded today, but yes, thank you. And there were revisions to the application, Madam Chair. Should I be running through those?
Forgot to mention that you do have, yeah, please, before we start the presentation, let's go through all the revisions and one by one.
Okay, thank you.
On the agenda, yeah.
Thank you very much. So we did submit a redlined public hearing notice and updated plans, but the first is to variance number 1.
Can you, and the staff bring up the revised, the red line, with the red line agenda? Yes, there, okay, let's.
Yeah, well, this thing actually for the, sorry, Madam Chair, just trying to get set here. So we're looking for the red line revisions. Just in my material, I'm in the entry material. We got here.
It's in the main.
It's in the main?
Main pack.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
the difference. Okay.
Okay, it's also on the screen, so let's start with,
Right.
where is
Yep.
number 1? Yeah. please.
Thank you. Yes, the floor space index was previously proposed at 2.03 times the lot area or 864.3 square meters. It has been reduced to 2.01 times the lot area or 855.1 square meters. Variance number 2 relates to the south side yard setback. It was previously proposed at 0.02 meters. It's now proposed at 0.15 meters. So again, that's an increase, but an improvement. Variance number 4 relates to the overall, I'm sorry, the soft landscaping. And it has been increased. It was originally proposed at 25%. Or 53 square meters. It has been increased to 32% or 68.5 square meters. And then the last variance, number 9, you'll see it falls over onto the following page, but it's variance number 9. This relates to rear yard soft landscaping, and similarly, it has been increased. It was originally 28% or 43 square meters. It is now proposed at 32% or 49.6 square meters.
Thank you. So we got everything right there. All right. So now I think we are ready.
Okay, perfect. So if we could go back to the slide presentation. I will start on slide 2, but I'll just ask you to take note of that's fine. If we could zoom on that image a little bit. So the summary of this proposal is that this is, again, an apartment building, but it is a technical classification as an apartment building because it has 10 units. It is more similar in form to a multiplex building or a houseplex because each of the units is grade related. They all have a direct entrance to the street, and there's no interior common hallways or common areas. It is majority family-sized units. There are 4 one-bedroom units, so there's no bachelor units. There's 4 one-bedrooms, 2 two-bedrooms, 4 3-bedrooms, though that accounts for the main building, and then the garden suite will be a 4-bedroom unit, actually. It is located within the Bathurst Protected Major Transit Station area in an apartment that is zoned residential and that permits apartment buildings, notwithstanding the technical classification, and there are many apartment buildings on Palmerston and in the broader neighborhood. The reason that I asked you to zoom in on this photo a little bit, just to briefly summarize the consultation that occurred. It is set out in a couple of slides. You'll see it in slide 3, and then there's an additional slide 9, but we don't need to go there for now. Thank you. But I'll just indicate to you that my client did engage with planning staff in pre-consultation. Planning staff asked for revisions to be made, reductions to the height and to the depth, among other things. Those were made before the application was formally circulated. My client then engaged with members of the community and the local councillor, and that included a number of individual discussions, but also a community meeting hosted by the councillor's office where I was present as well. And my client proposed further changes after that meeting. And, you know, I can get into those details a little bit later if I need to. But I will say that revisions were made and were proposed. After that, planning staff reached out to us again and asked my client to consider even further changes, notwithstanding that they had previously confirmed that they were okay. They had no remaining concerns with the proposal. So further changes were again made. So to summarize those changes briefly, what you see on this front page is a very different rendering from what this proposal initially looked like. It looked much more modern and contemporary. Some of the suggestions that were made were to change basically the aesthetic design of the building to make it more similar to the buildings that exist on Palmerston and in the neighborhood. So that was done, incorporating bay windows, arched entries, things like that. The building facades were redesigned. Of course, you've already heard the south side yard setback was increased, which triggered a resulting decrease in floor space index. There are mechanical rooftop accesses, which were reduced in size, or reduced in mass, I should say, with a sloped roof put on them, so they really will be invisible from the street. We reorganized the site to provide increased soft landscaping. I know I'm forgetting something important, but yeah, that's, I think, oh, okay. And another concern was raised about access to those rooftops. So we inset the railings to ensure that really they are just there for safety railings to gain access for maintenance to the mechanical area. So you've heard me summarize already the revisions to the proposal. They all represent improvements. And with those improvements, I am pleased to say that planning staff has no concerns with the application. And I think we've made changes even further to improve the proposed design. So that summarizes the circulation. Let's see, what can I focus on? I know we've only got a minute left. So I think I would ask you to look at slide 6. And slide 6 is useful because it summarizes, as I said earlier, this is not a neighborhood where what we're proposing is new. It's a neighborhood where it was originally developed to include very different uses, including apartment buildings. You'll see that some of the apartment buildings and their depths have been summarized on this slide, and I'll just give you a couple of examples. The one at the top left corner, 532 and 534 Palmerston, that's a double lot, but those buildings have 10 units and 13 units, so 23 units in total and a depth of 30.1 meters. The one at the bottom left corner, it's got a similar depth to what is proposed. We're proposing 23 meters. That's a 10-unit apartment building with a 23.2 meter depth. You'll see the image of the rendering. That's a recently approved fourplex with a depth of 22.43 meters. So very similar again to what's proposed at 509 Palmerston. And then there are a couple of other examples. So you'll see that there are other examples of buildings with depths that are in excess of what is proposed here today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, should I continue or should I?
I think your 5 minutes
We
is up.
got to the end of the 5 minutes. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, okay, we will hear the other speakers and then we'll bring you back to,
Okay.
for the rebuttal, and also we might have questions for you.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. If I can just ask the presenter to go into the very late materials.
Okay.
Yes.
And to present the staff email correspondence.
Okay, there's a supplementary.
Yeah, it's the solid waste management report or email that just came in.
Okay, so actually we did see this.
Did you see this?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
just
sorry.
wanna make sure that if you can scroll down, please. And just zoom in a little bit to that. It's just talking about revised drawings must indicate a shared waste storage area that is at least 13.75 square meters to store all waste, recycling, organic bins, and oversized items. Revised drawings must show an additional 1 square meter at a minimum for the shared storage of household hazardous waste. Revised drawings must annotate that the building owner is responsible for ensuring bins are brought to the curb on collection day and for returning them to private property once they are emptied.
So, yeah, that's good point, so. Have you provided that?
So this was just submitted. I'm not actually sure when it was uploaded, but we saw this literally while we were waiting outside, reviewing the committee's file. So what I can say about this is that I don't know that this is to be taken as a condition, or to me, it appears to be in the form of an advisory comment. They've said it's a standard memo. We haven't seen something like this before, even though my client's, very familiar with construction of this nature. I will say that he does own and operate a number of multiplex and apartment buildings with similar unit counts, with similar garbage areas. They use private collections, so it's something that is managed on a private basis, so that pickup is every week. But nonetheless, with that being said, we were on the phone with the architect and looking at the areas on the plan. Although the size of the garbage enclosure area right now is a little bit less than what solid waste management has asked for, we think we can accommodate it on the plan in the final drawing. So I don't think it's an issue. It may need to be in two separated areas, but there is enough area on the site to accommodate it.
Okay, but we cannot treat it as just like memo. It seems that the wording of it is these are requirements. So in order to ensure that if we were going to approve, I would suggest that this will be conditions for approval. Right? Because the wording of it is a requirement, and also is mentioned you must provide this. That's my, shared area. Okay. Yeah.
Where was it proposed?
It's proposed in the front right now. In the front yard, there is a
bin storage.
Yeah, there's a bin storage area. Now you can see even the size of that bin storage area, there's additional room for it to expand to the north in that area. We also have an interior area for overflow storage if it's needed, which is in the basement entry. There's a room or an area down there where it's proposed to be stored. So we've heard it. It's a concern that's been raised by members of the community. It's something that we've addressed and considered in taking the design into account.
So if you have to increase the size or have a second location, will that trigger any variances, or you will deal with those later?
No, I don't. In fact, this is not a zoning issue. The zoning bylaw doesn't regulate the size of the waste storage area for a building like this. And I'll be honest with you, like having worked on a number of these projects, even though they say it's a standard comment, I've never seen a comment like this come out of solid waste. But nonetheless, I think the only reason it may relate to a zoning issue is if there's a requirement that it be on a surface that isn't soft landscaped, but we have enough area. It may need to be located in two separate areas, that's all. So if there were a condition that we had to satisfy the requirements of solid waste, I think that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we ready for the other speakers, and then we will bring you back.
Mhm.
The rebuttal.
Can I just make one comment as well? Because I didn't get a chance to get to the urban forestry memorandum, and that is in opposition. So I don't know if it's better for me to address it now or if it's better for me to address it at the end. I just wanted to flag that for you.
Yeah, that's one of the questions that we will have for
Okay.
you, but maybe we deal with those questions later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Paul Cronus. Yes. I'm a land use planner at Weir Folds in Toronto, and it's a pleasure to meet you all in person. I like it much better than the virtual meeting.
Yes.
We've been retained by the owner at 503, which is to the north. Just as a little background, not as it relevant for the purposes of your variance, but I was raised in this area. I lived in this area for over 30 years. I know every street that exists
So
in the area.
you're starting your.
Just a little background to let you know that I come at it not only from a land use planner, but real familiarity with the area. I lived on Page Street. I lived on Manning Street. I lived on Gray Street. So I went to school in the area. I grew up in the area. I scraped my knees in the area. I worked in the area. So I'm familiar with the area. I'm going to give you sort of my professional opinion on the variances. So you may start the
So we
presentation.
can start, yeah.
So there is no doubt that intensification is happening in the area. Witness from what's happening at Honest Ed's a very intense intensification. We're familiar with the multiplexes. We're familiar with the ongoing study on sixplexes. There's no opposition to the intensification. It's just the way that's being deployed on the site that causes concerns for a variety of reasons. I won't repeat the evidence, but I just wanted to say that this is not a multiplex houseplex. This is an apartment building, and it meets the definition of an apartment building under the bylaw because it has a separate entrance directly outside for each unit. And then the bylaw goes on to say, or through a common inside area. It doesn't have a common inside area, but it has it, and it meets the definition. So what the context of the proposal before you is just treat this as a technical variant. It's not. The apartment regulations are critically important, especially when the development proposes mid-block. The apartment examples that you were shown are all periphery on corner lots. It's significantly different. It's not the same. So you got to keep that in your mind. There's elements of the building today that don't comply. This is a vacant lot. The applicant has received a demolition permit, and he's received a permit to build a fourplex. So he can comply with the zoning today without the extraneous disadvantages to the neighborhood and to the owner. So I wanted to say that some of the elements of non-compliance, especially the south yard, which is currently at 0.22 meters, 0.22 meters, 0.22, I got that correct, is proposed to be reduced. But in fact, that's only for the chimney breast. The balance of the sidewall far exceeds that 0.22. Now, what's happening is, from the submission and the letter from Ms. Stewart was, oh, don't worry about it. The owner to the south has 2.01 side yard setback. And between the two of us, my de minimis 0.015, which was proposed as 0.02, together with the other setback, it's fair, it's enough. So we're now asking the neighbor to take the setback that's required for this property. I won't touch the comparables that you were shown through the presentation, but I can't say that they're distinguishable in many, many areas because they're far wide, like on Page Street and on Clinton Street and other jurisdictions. But the official plan says you can look at it, but also focus in on the area context. Here we have, and by the way, the application misdescribed this as a semi-detached building. It's a detached building. The application form is a three. So they obviously been looking at this from the wrong lens, and they come up with the conclusion that technical variance, which is not the case. I have to also say that the plans that you have with you don't match the variances. There is no variance the variance for depth is incorrectly measured. It's measured from the front yard setback, and the front yard setback is the existing front yard setback, whereas they measure from the required front yard setback. So it's incorrectly measured. That variance is required. The variance to the depth is incorrectly measured. So we don't have a variance for front yard. We don't have a variance for depth. And not just, again, it's just a technicality, but it's significant in terms of what you're approving. The recent Arbis report and the flood of new information that's arriving like hourly says that there's the basement excavation is going to be changing so they don't impact the trees to the south. And again, and we haven't seen that plan. The trees to the south, which I'm sure you're aware of, there's no consent from the owner as far as I know, and they're protected by the Forestry Act, not just by the city's urban forestry department. I have 51 seconds. I'm going to quickly run through it to say, for reasons that you heard and reasons that you're going to hear from others, these are not minor variances. If the depth of the building was kept to its permitted length, or not slavishly at that length, but some reasonable length, then you can increase the landscape requirements in the rear yard, which is critical when you have a 10-unit apartment building for residents to have some access to open space. And then you can certainly meet the side yard setbacks, especially the 1.5 meter buffer area that's required for landscape strips. So the combination of eliminating those standards and reducing them to is detrimental to not only the abutting neighbors, but it creates a build form. And on the garbage, it needs to be internalized, not externalized. And the city planning staff have said that that's unsightly to have those bins in the front.
Okay, thank you. You done well.
I practiced as well. I'm sure there's more I could cover, but
Let's see if I have questions. Do you have questions?
No.
Okay, well, very quick question.
Sure.
I will take it in a second.
No, sorry, Madam Chair, I just wanted,
sorry, I should state my name. Paul Cronus, Weir Falls, and
Yeah.
it's 66 Wellington Street.
yeah, we
Westford.
did hear that. And you were retained by,
The owner at 503 Palmerston to the north. He won't be speaking. I've taken his spot.
Okay.
sorry, what is his first and last name?
Atalia?
Okay.
I have a very quick question.
Yes, please.
So you're qualified planner. Is this location or this area is designated neighborhood?
Yes, it is.
It is, right?
And designated residential.
Yeah, that's why I want to confirm that, because it's not mentioned anywhere in the staff report, so I want.
Well, it wasn't really a staff report. I actually spoke to the author of that report who signed it, and it says it's not, it's a memorandum to say if the committee was to approve it, this is a recommended condition.
They have a
And,
very-
and they've neither, Mr. Granger neither said to me that he supports or opposes. They stay neutral on applications, as you know.
Yeah, that's where my question comes from, because the staff report is very brief, that's.
Right, and on the forest report, I think they've given you all the reasons why the application should be refused.
Thank you very much, yeah. Any other questions? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
So the next speaker, please, come up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Story. I'm a partner at Brown and Story Architects. Our office address is Suite 902, 80 Richmond Street West, Toronto, M5H284.
So you are speaking for what addresses?
I'm speaking, opposing the variances for 501 Palmerston. I'm not hired by anyone. So I'm speaking on my own behalf.
On your own behalf, and you are in the neighborhood too, you are in the affected neighborhood, yeah?
No, I live on Shannon Street.
Okay. So is that, okay, I guess since you're here, right? We have to listen to you. Yeah, you get 5 minutes. We
Okay.
can start the timer now. Yeah.
Okay, as I said, I'm principal in Brown and Story Architects. We've had an office since 1981. And our office was asked by several Palmerston Boulevard residents to comment on the current application for minor variances for 501 Palmerston Boulevard, which we are happy to do. One of the first projects of our office that we worked on was the study Palmerston Boulevard, an evaluation of a unique residential street, which was funded by an external research grant provided by CMHC. In this study, which is still used as a reference at the Daniel faculty at the University of Toronto in our own urban design courses and by others, that study noted that the distinct building types on Palmerston Boulevard, coupled with the open space typology of the lots and the urban street elements, had permitted the street to evolve from generous single-family homes when they were first built to multi-residential types of flats and rooming houses differing from the surrounding streets like Manning and Euclid, by virtue of the wider lot division, the setbacks, and the collective elements of each building like porches, gables, steps, and the street infrastructure of the famous lamps.
The timer is not on, sorry. So we probably will take a little bit off at the end, okay? You still have a
Okay, you scared me. I thought I was finished already. Okay. So I wanted to speak about a balance between housing intensification and the city fabric gentle density. Our evaluation of the minor variances listed for 501 Palmerston Boulevard are viewed through the lens of our long admiration for the built form and open space integration of the street, but also through the viewpoint of our years of housing research and in city form, and in support of the densification of the city's yellow belt. We are firm believers that the city does need to intensify. Our following comments are based upon an appreciation of the need for housing intensification, tempered by the need for good design that works with important elements of setbacks, open space, and taking cues from its context. It is understood that the need for housing density may need to adjust setbacks and required coverage, but these can be balanced with respect for the city fabric. Successful examples we have seen of gentle density helps pave the way for other denser forms of housing to be built incrementally throughout the city. It's important that these projects are built well and with respect. It's interesting that some apartment building precedents were shown in the previous presentation because part of our presentation is about apartment building precedents. When promoting the denser housing types in defense of sixplexes and apartment buildings inserted into residential neighborhoods, 337 Palmerston Boulevard, a different building, is often cited as an excellent example of how apartment buildings can comfortably fit in. This is for the overall program of intensification, not just Palmerston Boulevard. This 4-story apartment building has 8 units organized around a central hall. The key components of this apartment building is its modest setbacks that allowed for shared accesses with their neighbors to the rear of the lot in a comfortable cohabitation. Also, of course, although not part of the list of the minor variances, is its design that picks up cues like porches, balconies, and gables. The side yard setbacks for that particular apartment building, which sits on a double lot, are very, I think, modest. There's shared access between it and its single residence neighbors. But for side yard setbacks, on the other hand, it has been noted in other letters through the Committee of Adjustment that the side yard setbacks proposed for 501 Palmerston Boulevard severely compromise a comfortable relationship with its neighbors to the north and south. To the south, the setback is proposed as 0.02, now changed to 0.15, which prevents any windows to be provided in proposed bedrooms, although 4 windows have been shown on the south elevation. It also compromises stormwater management. The north side yard setback has been reduced from 1.78 to 1.2, although I believe this may have been changed as well. This reduced width does not allow the shared access to be used either for 501 Palmerston or 503 Palmerston Boulevard for vehicular access. The 1.2 north side yard setback also determines that the percentage of window openings provided on the north elevation is limited to 7%. The windows shown on the north elevation appeared to take a little bit more, like 12%. In addition, the earlier Committee of Adjustment decisions, and this may have just been referred to, considering the severance agreement between 501 and 503 Palmerston, indicate in the notice of decision consent document that both 501 and 503 Palmerston Boulevard will both be maintained unaltered. It's not clear to me how this earlier decision has effect on the current application. The side yard setback variances point to a building design that stretches the width of the building to an unworkable extent so that it can accommodate 2 bays of apartment units with minimal room sizes on the north and south sides of the building. This has created untenable conditions for its neighbors and a building that also is compromised for its provision of open green space in the backyard, as noted in the list of requested variances. Should be considered that the building arrangement of units is simply too many for the site. It's not a double lot, and a more reasonable number of units could result in more acceptable compromises.
Thank you. Yep. So
The extended,
your last comment, yes.
can I finish? I just have a little bit more. The extended width and length, this is the arborist requirement, and I understand, I'm going to skip over this because I understand there's an arborist report which will say what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
In summary, Palmerston Boulevard is not a stranger to intensification. We've seen it over time in the evolution of single-family homes to flats to rooming houses. We've documented it all. Within a flexible and robust building type, apartment buildings like 337 Palmerston Boulevard have been built on the boulevard and have been able to maintain setbacks that are not excessive, but still provide modest relationships to their neighbors. The lot size of 501 is not large enough to accommodate the number of units being proposed without radically decreasing setbacks that compromise neighbors' access, density, and produce units that are minimal and with
Way over.
Yes.
You've gone way over.
gone over.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Can you please confirm who you are speaking on behalf of?
I'm speaking on behalf of the neighbors of 501 Palmerston.
So more than one neighbor? Obviously,
Five,
people have
yes,
come to you,
yes, yes,
right?
yes, they have,
Okay.
yes.
Like, we need to know what the situation is. So is it a number of neighbors that have come to you and asked?
There were
for
3
you to-
neighbors in particular that came to me asking
Okay.
to present.
And
a
they
case
live on
for this.
Palmerston
Yes,
Avenue?
I'm not charging for this time.
No,
because
no,
I
I'm
also
not-
feel very strong.
I'm not asking about any of that. I'm just asking, who are you speaking on behalf of? Residents
Yeah,
that live on
Yes.
Palmerston Avenue?
Yes,
Yeah, we just would like to know the representations, that's all.
yes, the 2 persons.
We have any question for this speaker? Actually, I do have very quick questions that you said that you have your firm or you have done some study in particularly on this street. Has there been something intention to have listed as like a heritage or historic area in a neighborhood, or has there any kind of suggestion?
We've, our study was done many years ago, although it's still quite relevant. And no one has, we're not exactly heritage consultants, although we do.
No, it's okay. I just thought that maybe there's a proposal to move.
No, it was really an architectural typological study about the integration of landscape, streets, and the buildings, and how it was able to maintain its form while actually increasing the population of the street substantially.
Oh, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my
Thank you.
question.
Sorry for the misunderstanding about
Yeah,
who I'm
that's
working
fine.
for. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
So do we have,
Who else is here that wishes to speak? You're next up? Somebody? Okay, yeah, one at a time. We'll hear from each one.
I want to be sure this is on. I have a soft voice. Okay. My name is Maxine Sidran, and for 25 years, I've lived as a tenant at 503 Palmerston Boulevard, which is one door to the north of 501. Until now, 501 has fit seamlessly into the unique Edwardian architectural character of the street. It has provided affordable rental housing and made available 4 parking spaces for the tenants living at 501 and 503. If the variance is requested by the new owner or allowed, all of that will be lost. These variances are not compatible with the look of the street, the provision of affordable rents, or the dire need for parking spaces that the building would create. Developer says that the requested variances are minor. They are not. He says the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code are maintained. They are not. He says the general intent and purpose of the official plan are maintained. They are not. He says the proposal allows for the appropriate development of the land and building. It does not. First, the building itself does not fit the character of the street and will hover above the houses on either side of it. Not only that, this change will encourage an already begun run of destruction of housing on the street. One house or only 3 houses north of 501. Second, contrary to present bylaws, there is almost no green space. What the new owner is calling green space is simply interlocking pavement, which will also have a negative effect on runoff water after storms and snows and the flooding of adjacent properties. Third, the application ignores the city's present density requirements. The density of floor space should be 0.6 times that of the lot size. This application requires 9 times that, 9. The maximum depth permitted for the building is 17 meters. This application demands 23 meters. It's too big for the lot. Fourth, and I believe this is a major act of disrespect for the needs of people already living on the street. Bylaws require 13 parking spaces for residents in an apartment building this size, plus 3 for visitors. The proposal provides 0 parking spaces, 0. I'll say it one more time, 0, and destroys the 4 spaces which already exist there. The immediate effect on neighbors requiring already scarce on-street parking will be huge. Do I have other concerns? Yes, but I've had to prioritize them. These made my list of the top 5. I respectfully request that you reject these seriously problematic variances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very sad. That's a question for you. Any question? Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is John Lucas. I live at 499 Palmerston Boulevard. There's a long list of things that are wrong with this project, any one of which would be reason to turn down this application. It's too big, too much. It literally does not fit. It's like a big fat bully wearing children's clothes. Now, let me be very clear. This is not NIMBYism. In fact, most people I know on the street are YIMBYs. Yes, in my backyard. I live on this street. It's a great street. I wish more people could live on it. You have before you many, many citations of how this proposal blatantly violates bylaws, goes contrary to the intention and principles of the city plan, and not in minor ways. These are big asks. For example, the setbacks are woefully inadequate, and both the north and south walls have more windows than permissible with the tiny setbacks that are proposed. On the south side, there are windows on a wall with a proposed setback of 2 centimeters. Then a last minute change from this to this. These existing setbacks are smaller than would be allowed in a new build, and this is ridiculous and illegal. Not only is it contrary to Toronto bylaws, it's against the Ontario Building Code. And my understanding is that the Committee of Adjustment does not have permission to give authority to go against the Ontario Building Code. Not that you would want to. In all of this, there is no way the property can possibly absorb the rainwater to prevent flooding as required by law. All the land is built or paved over, and large below grade structures make it just about 100% impermeable. My basement apartment will flood if you allow this. This project would have garbage bins and bicycles spilling out onto the front onto city property. The allowance for garbage, if you heard earlier, is way below city requirements. And with no parking at all, this would completely monopolize permit parking on the street, which is already under pressure. This application misrepresents protected trees. There are 3 large silver maples very close to the fence line, all of which grow over the adjoining property, as trees do, and all of which have roots that would be destroyed by this project. A very basic part of the requirement to destroy or injure a protected tree is permission of the owner. I'm the owner. I have not been contacted, and I do not give consent. This project is a fat man wearing small-sized clothes. I know a little bit about this. I could lose some weight, but I'm not standing before you in small-sized clothes with the buttons bulging. In this project, the buttons are bulging. There is stress on every seam, and you just know that something is going to give, and the result will not be pretty. The many units are small and miserable and will not inspire people to take pride in their homes and stay for a long period. And it's certainly no place to raise a family. These variances are requested to try to pack too much square footage into a space that is too small for a project this size. This is exactly what the bylaws are there to prevent. The developer has offered a few tiny compromises. They are not significant. And has he acted in good faith? The proposals are non-binding on him and were provided at the last minute. In fact, after the last minute, 10 minutes after the deadline for responding for consideration by this committee. The demolition permit was granted and elderly tenants evicted following a bitter fight on the promise of replacing the existing building with a fourplex. And suddenly, 11 units are proposed. My friends and colleagues in our letters have provided chapter and verse as to why this project should be declined, and so it should be. Send this back for a major rethink and let the developer actually do what he says he wants to do. Consult the neighbors. Get something that will benefit the street, not destroy it. Create housing that's needed, not tiny rabbit holes that will lead to a transient slum. Follow the rules that are there for a reason. All of us support the city's mandate for more housing, for more affordable housing in every neighborhood, including ours. And we want to participate in finding ways to make the city we love work better. We will be happy to support a project that achieves these goals. I would be the first person to support such a project and stand here and say, yes, this project fulfills the mandate set by City Council and policymakers. I challenge the developer to provide a proposal that respects the law and the purposes of the city planning. This one doesn't.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Any questions about historical designation or the streetlights? I'd be happy to take them.
See whether we have questions too. Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing.
How long, just one very quick question. How long you've been in your 499?
I've lived there since 1989. I lived there 12 years as a tenant, and then I bought the house from the estate of the previous owner.
So is your house also have multiple?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
My house is a triplex.
Yeah.
And I did a renovation that actually increased the floor space and made small apartments larger. I excavated the basement. It's a nice 8-foot ceiling that didn't exist before.
In that portion of Palmerston, which I'm quite familiar with, I noticed that a lot of the property also maintain the existing physical form, but then they are divided into multiple units, right?
Most of the street is multiple units. You walk up and down Palmerston, it looks like a street of single-family residences, which is what it was built. But look again, it isn't. We've
Okay.
achieved densification where nobody else has.
I know, I just want to know that's the case.
No, thank you for your interest. It's a good question.
Thank you very much, yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may, those individuals who are here for our 2 p.m. time slot, we're still hearing the morning session. And then after the morning session, our members will break for 1 hour lunch. So we probably will not commence until 4 p.m. We apologize, but we had technical difficulties today. You may leave and join online if you wish. Okay? Okay, so we will move on to the next speaker for this item.
Hi, I'm Victoria Hathaway. I live at 491 Palmerston Boulevard. I own that house and I've lived there for more than 40 years.
What's the number?
491.
491.
I'm at the corner, so I'm the
Okay.
fourth house down.
Okay, thank you.
491 Palmerston is similar to other houses on the street. It looks like a large single-family home from the outside, but inside there are several apartments. I have 3, including the one I live in. This is true of most houses, and there has been a densification here on Palmerston Boulevard for a century, well before we even knew the word densification. I oppose this proposed development of 501 on the grounds that, 501 Palmerston, on the grounds that these 9 minor variances are not minor, they are significant. The variances ignore the general intent and purpose of the official plan and will have a negative effect on immediate properties and the neighborhood. This development is not desirable, it is overdevelopment and not appropriate. It is not good use of this single lot. The proposed development is not compliant with the general intent and the Planning Act to promote gentle increases in density and to provide affordable housing. The proposed structure here is a 10-unit apartment building plus a backyard garden suite, all crowded onto a medium-sized lot. I'd like to highlight 3 particular serious problems. The lack of permeable surface area for absorbing rainwater runoff and snow melt from these 2 buildings. Don't we know it right now? Where will the water go? The result of overbuilding this lot with double the allowable floor space, plus a serious lack of soft landscaping, means there is little permeable surface to absorb rainwater and snow melt. Almost certainly this runoff will flood neighbors' foundations and basements. It's a level lot, by the way, I should say. There's no slope. And I would mention the requirement that new residential developments in Toronto must manage rainwater on site to prevent overloading the city's sewer system. This requirement is enforced by the foundation drainage policy. As well, the reduced area of landscaping will be shallow because of the proposed underground building. That's on the plans. You may notice that there's different measurements. Groundwater will have limited soil depths for drainage due to this underground building. There just won't be the depths. Damage to tree roots will also be devastating. Tree roots generally are 2 to 3 times the canopy diameter. So those trees that are on the adjoining properties and on the fence line, those will be definitely in this backyard. The side yard setback is another serious overreach by the developer. In this proposal, we have heard varying numbers for the setback, from 6 inches to as little as 1 inch, or 15 centimeters and 2 centimeters. The required minimum for an apartment building is much more. Parking requirements are clearly stated in the bylaws, and these variances listed in 7 and 8 for visitor parking and accessible parking don't comply with city planning. And street parking for new tenants, we know from living there that there is no extra street parking. Everything is packed every day, every night. In addition to the 9 requested variances, there are other problems with this proposed development. I refer again to, we've talked about this before, the garbage and recycling bins. They can't be stored on city property. That has to be on private property. And it can't be part of the permeable surface measurement either. Storage needs to be on private property. What about the underground building beyond the dimensions of the above ground structure? And what about the windows in the apartment building overlooking side neighbors without setback? And lastly, lack of protection for protected trees on neighboring property, as we've just heard now, which is news. We didn't have that report from forestry, and that's very, very concerning. These requested variances are not minor and should not be granted. The proposed development is far from desirable or appropriate, and it does not maintain the general intent and purpose of our official plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Comments or questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay.
I'll be quick.
Just tell us your name and address.
Hayden Mowbray.
Okay.
I live at Unit 1, 503 Palmerston.
Okay, Unit 1.
Yeah, so I live with Maxine, or like in a separate unit.
Mhm.
It's a multi-unit place where share a driveway with 501, and I've been there 6 years. My wife and I, we love the neighborhood. We're very involved in the community. I know a lot of people in the streets. I feel that the way that they came in and proposed their demolition, like they never consulted any of the neighbors, until after the fact. So it felt kind of aggressive in that sense. They haven't really kind of kept good, they haven't really kind of kept the property in good standing since owning it and evicting the old tenants, like leaving trash, smeared everywhere, which kind of gives me concern of how the new property will be managed. It's not kind of showing good faith. But yeah, in terms of the actual logistics of the property or whatever, I think one of my major concerns is the parking, like, because we share a driveway, and so when it snows, you have the snow removal come back there. I don't know how they're going to maneuver around that back area, and because I don't know if you can kind of see on the thing, like we park next to that little garage, that little beige spot, that's like on our property. So we park there. So if it's built all the way back and you have a snow removalist come in, how are they going to like maneuver around and manage the snow? There's going to be hardly any room for that. So that's just something to consider that I haven't heard be brought up. And of course, the trees are completely underrepresented in this plan. Like they hang over a lot. Like if they build as far back as they plan, they will decimate those trees because the majority of them do hang over the fence, the silver maples. So anyway, yeah, that's just kind of some added things, but everything else I echo the same concerns that from the previous people. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't go away. I have one question. Just you mentioned about snow removal.
Yeah.
On that the gap or whatever the driveway. Who's doing it now?
So my landlord Attila, who's here today, he pays for someone to
I see.
come in and and has, like, I guess with the previous landlord had like a deal with I don't know exactly how it worked, but anyway, there was always a snow removalist that would come. So
when you say that the new proposal will be right again up to the line, would that reduce your driveway width?
well, it would reduce our ability to turn around and have visitor parking. We have people that visit, family that come and stay with us and park along our area. Just, it's a shared space.
Yeah.
And it always has been. Like, we were quite close with our neighbors before they got evicted, long-term tenants.
Okay. So the right of way there, that is a shared.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all been multi-unit housing, affordable multi-unit housing. So anyway.
Just want to know the conditions. Yeah. All right. So you're just way park at the end of this driveway, right?
Yeah.
It's like.
Yeah, because that's all green. Like, so on to the north there, that's all like grass, green area with a old cherry tree that actually overhangs way more. That they've pushed that back. Like they've pushed that further north. That's not accurate at all. And there's also like a huge, what do you call it? Mulberry tree near the back garage there. There's like a lot of green space there. And
It's understandable will be impacted, in your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you very much. And any other questions?
No.
Okay, so.
Hi there, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I guess the granting of variances is all about.
Your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Ben Cubitt. I live at 497 Palmerston Boulevard. And yeah, as the granting of variances is really at the end of the day all about impact. And so I'm just here to talk about impact. I have lived with my family at 497 Palmerston since 2007, so almost 19 years. We are one of only 2 single families on the entire block, and one of only 2 nuclear families with young children that live on the block. And we are the only house on the block with the original footprint. We didn't know that there weren't many families on the block when we moved there in 2007, but we have since grown to love the diversity of the street. There was 94-year-old Louis on the porch at 503 Palmerston all summer watching the world go by, who has since passed away, God bless. There's the constant stream of young professionals out of the various units at 499 Palmerston, or the interesting characters hanging around the outside of the quasi-rooming house at 492 Palmerston. The density on Palmerston has brought the diversity, which has made it an interesting and enjoyable place to live. However, there is a large gulf between converting a beautiful, large Edwardian house into 4 or 6 units and what the developer is proposing, which is to fill virtually every inch of the backyard with buildings with almost no setbacks, thereby negatively impacting the neighborhood, especially his immediate neighbors, and setting a bad precedent for the future of the street. Make no mistake, if this is approved, this will be the precedent, and that's where the neighborhood will go. I have already fielded a call from someone wanting to buy my neighbor's house at 499 Palmerston and asking if I would support them putting up a 10-unit building beside me on an even smaller semi-detached lot. And it won't end there. Every time a house is sold, it will be demolished and every backyard will be filled fence line to fence line with massive building similar to the one the developer is proposing. There'll be no more backyards and setbacks. I'm trying to imagine my block with just massive building upon massive building right up against each other. No backyards or setbacks anywhere to be seen. Just a few feet for bike parking and garbage. This doesn't sound like the kind of neighborhood the City of Toronto is trying to foster. We all support density, but this project isn't what any objective observer would have in mind as a solution. Furthermore, my family enjoys the beautiful old silver maple trees on the north side of the backyard at 499 Palmerston. Those trees provide shade and privacy for my family when my kids are playing in the backyard. Those trees would likely die under the developer's proposal from the foundation excavation. And as I'm sure you're aware, the Forestry Department has definitively recommended against this project for this exact reason. There's obviously nothing noble about what the developer is doing. He's a businessman and likely has shareholders to answer to, and his motive is clear: to fill that property with as many units as possible so he can make as much money as possible. I don't blame him for trying, as it's his job, but make no mistake, he's not doing this because he thinks our neighborhood needs 11 units on that property instead of 6. He's doing it because he can make more money with 11 units rather than 6. And if successful, it will likely embolden him and other developers to buy other properties on our street and fill the entire backyards with buildings. So I'm here to ask you to consider the significant negative impact on our neighborhood this project would have. Your decision on this will impact this neighborhood for generations to come, and more so now than ever, given that the Committee of Adjustment decisions are no longer appealable. Nobody is asking the developer to convert this back to a single-family house. We all agree that tastefully converting it to a rental apartment is an excellent idea, but he needs to significantly scale back the size of the building to make it appropriate for the neighborhood, even if it will mean less profit for him and his shareholders.
Thank you. Yeah, any questions? Yes. Okay, thank you.
No? Okay.
That's good. Yeah.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Horowitz. I live at 495 Palmerston Boulevard. I'd just like to say that I've lived on Palmerston Boulevard for the past 15 years with my family, and I'm 4 houses south of the proposed development on the same block. We originally decided to settle on Palmerston as it was one of the most desirable streets in the city to live on for many reasons, but mostly the historical aspect. Please understand, I am not totally opposed to the proposed development. I would have liked to have seen the original facade of the building kept, and recently it was they decided to do it in brick, and now today I've seen it with bay windows, which I feel is somewhat in fitting with the street. And So generally, I'm okay with most of what he is proposing, except for the density, which I feel is way, way too intense for the area. I'd like to see this dialed back with more green space applied to the back. The other point that nobody has mentioned so far is I've looked at the developer's other locations within our city in the neighborhood, and he's put up these big signs that are branding the property. It says Green Street Flats, like I've got a picture of one of the signs if you'd like to see it. I was just wondering what the rules are about this, because I feel that if a sign is put up in front of what he's proposing on our street, I don't think that would be very conducive to Palmerston Boulevard, as nobody has signs in front of their houses or apartments.
I will ask this question when you finish.
Yeah, okay. I know the city is looking to increase density and add more apartments to try to solve the housing crisis. But my big concern is that if this proposed project is approved the way it is right now, it would set a dangerous precedent for Palmerston Boulevard and would have irreversible effects for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. Any questions? I just didn't catch what you mean by those signs. Yeah. Are they a construction sign?
You can't do that because the virtual,
Although they're not permanent, they just say a promotion sign.
it's just a construction sign.
It looks permanent to me.
Oh, okay, but then, okay, we cannot deal with that, probably, some property standard.
You'll have to put in a call to 311 and ensure that it meets the sign bylaw
I
requirements.
was just curious about.
Yeah, there's a sign
Yeah.
by law.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Any questions for the speaker?
No.
Okay, next speaker. Next speaker for this item? See none?
Okay.
Yeah. Through you, there is one other speaker, Madam Chair, online.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Hi there. Thank you very much, members of the committee. Appreciate the time to speak today. My name is Graham Lewis. I live at 472 Palmerston Boulevard. I have owned my house here for almost 20 years, which I bought as a fourplex, and love the street for everything that it is and has been forever. To answer somebody's question earlier about the heritage designation, we are, in fact, this street, as everybody probably knows, Palmerston Boulevard, does have a bid in to get a heritage study done, but there's a backlog at the city right now, so we are number 78 on that. But clearly, with the wide sweeping appreciation for the street from people who live on the street, but many who live far and wide, it is a well-known street worth preserving. I just want to start by stating the obvious, which everybody else has. The proposed plans are way too intensive for the property it's on. It may meet, or the city plan may encourage multi-use residential housing, but no part of the official plan would be considered in alignment with what's being proposed. There are several examples of low-rise apartment buildings on the street, and they've been that way for decades. The proponent has provided these for use of comparison to try and demonstrate existing apartments, but you can also see from the examples, the existing apartments are all on corner lots, not in the middle of a block. They all have green space that offer outdoor space for residents. They are able to comply and meet city standards for garbage and stormwater capture, and meet the needs of the property and land use within the property boundaries lines of their property. They also have multiple points of access, provide parking for tenants, which despite city planning requirements is actually a need for many people renting in the area. And any of the examples that were provided showing mid-block are on lots that are at least 3 times as wide as the proposed property plans, and also offer the additional considerations which I mentioned above. The existing low-rise apartments on the on the street are in a category way above what is being proposed in this application, and a significant reach for the proponent to even try and apply his proposed application is comparable. It's ambitious and laughable that he tries. I should mention that the materials that were included with this application contain details and information that are inaccurate and misleading and intentionally deceptive, and some application material required with the submission were not included until a few days ago. Many of the things that you're hearing today may not have been in reports by planning because it's taken 3 weeks of forensically looking at these plans to actually identify many of the things that were not stated clearly or omitted, or details are in fact incorrect. You'll probably note that most of the 4 tests here cannot be satisfied with this proposed plan. The applicant has tried to apply existing conditions which are on the property caused by the detached home and the existing garage, which are in fact slated for demolition. There was a demolition permit included with this submission, which identified that they had the application was approved to demolish the existing 4-plex and garage and replace with a 4-plex. And it's not lost on anyone that the inclusion of the demo permit with the submission might have been used to suggest that planning had reviewed this with an eye that considers plans for a 10-unit plus a garden suite application. There was a tree declaration that was submitted with the application, which indicated no trees to be protected were involved in these plans. And the plans actually identified them as Norway maples, which were not changed until the resubmission of plans on November 5th. The proponent claimed he was unable to engage urban forestry to discuss this, who were seemingly able to jump at a request 3 days ago and provide a report which said that they're not in support of this application. I won't talk about the garbage, but I will say that it is a requirement for all properties in the city to comply with city standards, and those apply to garbage and stormwater, which this application does not. As far as zoning goes, there's a suggestion here that the existing detached home has a non-compliant existing setback of 22 centimeters on the side lot. I would like to note that this applies to about a 6-foot section of an abutting chimney on the south side, but the rest of the south side is at about 76. They have also applied to increase the depth of the building here to a depth that doesn't comply at 23 meters. But what they have failed to include in this, and should have included, is a 3-foot or 3 meters on both the front and the back that include the stairs as well as storage. Yep.
Your 5 minutes is up. Thank you. Yeah. You have a quick.
Okay, well, they should be applying for 29 meters because these abutments are in fact integral part of the foundations of these buildings and need to be included as a requirement under planning and construction.
Thank you. Yes. All right. Thank you. So do we have questions for this speaker or no? Do we still have more, or this is the end of the list?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is the end of the list, so we'll ask the agent to come back.
Come back, yeah. Yes, so you heard all the issues that raised by your neighbors.
I sure did. There's a lot to cover, Madam Chair, and
5 minutes.
I'm going to do my best, but I would appreciate if I need a little bit more indulgence because we just heard from 4 people on behalf of 503 Palmerston. So one address had a total of 20 minutes speaking. So that's a lot for me to have to respond to in 5 minutes.
We were aware of that.
I understand. All I'm saying is if I need a minute or 2 extra, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. So I think I'd like to start off by saying that I am a little bit flummoxed, if I'm being honest, by the extent of community opposition here and the fact that I have heard accusations of my client being deceptive and not consulting with the neighborhood. I literally heard from the owner to the south, I am the owner of those trees. I was not consulted. This is not true. These statements are false. And I was literally involved in some of that, not all of the consultation that occurred. So I can say this directly, that consultation occurred. My client went door to door and spoke to people before submitting this application. I personally attended a meeting with the local councillor hosting in, I forget his last name, Graham's, I'm sorry, but his home that we just heard from. That meeting occurred on October 21st. We provided a detailed written proposal that we sent to the neighbors on October 24th and did not hear a word from anyone. Not a single person had the courtesy to respond to any of the details in our proposal or to come back and say, hey, we'd like to see this instead. We were very clear that we were willing to work with the community, and to have people simply not bother to answer a detailed proposal that is given to you and then to show up at the day of the committee, some of them having hired experts.
I must interrupt. So because we have precious time here, so we
Yes.
have heard that your rebuttal there, and let's not go into the character of this individual.
Okay, thank you for getting me back on track, Madam
Thank you.
Chair. I will get back on track. So with respect to this specific, but I just want to say, suffice to say, we did our best. All right, so with respect to some of the concerns that were raised, I will start off with Mr. Cronus on behalf of 503. There were statements made by him and by a number of others that the examples that we have cited are all corner lots, not mid-block. I'll say, first of all, we cited examples, not an exhaustive list. I will say, second of all, the fact that those apartment buildings are corner lots, it's not relevant. There's no distinction between corner lots and mid-block lots, because in fact, if it's a corner lot, you can see the entire depth of that apartment building from the street, from the public realm. The third thing I will say is that it's not true, because we did provide examples of mid-block lots, mid-block apartment buildings with depths greater than ours. In this very, very small list of examples, there are at least 2 that are mid-block lots, apartment buildings, well, 3 if you count the 532 and 534. So there are 3 mid-block examples and a 4-plex example that are all mid-block lots. So what we're proposing here is nothing new. It is nothing precedential in terms of what's in the neighborhood. With respect to the comment that the variance for depth is incorrectly measured, it is in fact correctly measured, and the depth variance did go through a zoning review. So even though we've made changes today, that particular variance was identified through a zoning review, and ultimately, if the variance is not correct, we won't get a building permit for it. So it's got to be correct and consistent with the variances, but I will say it is correct. We heard a lot about, I heard the comments from the architect, and again, I mean, I think it's clear afterwards that this person was retained by owners. With respect to the character, I just want to say there is nothing that applies with respect to heritage on this building or on this site. It is not listed, designated. It's not part of a heritage conservation district. We heard comments. We voluntarily made changes to the design to try and incorporate the councillor's recommendations, in fact, with respect to what design changes would better fit within the character. With respect to the vehicular access, this is a concern that we heard from a number of people on behalf of 503. And I think it is important to actually look at the site plan and the easement and the previous decisions on file. I didn't refer to these. The current owner of 503, I think we heard that person referred to as Attila, previously owned 501 as well. The lots technically merged, they merged on title. There was an application in 2021 to this committee for a technical severance to redivide the 2 lots. That was approved. There was a subsequent application. I'm assuming, but it's a corporation, but it's a corporation that is on behalf of the same owner. Presumably, Attila put the 2 lots into separate ownership, and then the corporation applied to convey a mutual easement over the 2 properties. So the current owner today established an easement on the 2 properties for a total of 1.22 meters. Not more than that. That's what is registered on title.
Okay, your time is up, but I give you 1 more minute. As you say that you have other things to address directly from to the comments, right, to the neighbor's comment. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll do my best, Madam Chair. So in any event, my point is that easement is registered on title. Not only are we not interfering, we're not encroaching on the easement that is registered, we're sitting further away from it. It's only a 0.61 meter easement on the 501 side of the property. The side yard setback on the north is in fact 1.2 meters. So it's almost double what would be required to respect that easement. All right, so with respect to the landscaping, that is very important, clearly. There are detailed slides on landscaping in here, and I'd ask that we could put those up. They're starting at 14 and then 15. We have done a comparison, first of all, of what exists within this neighborhood in terms of landscaping character, and it is very common for the majority of rear yards to be paved. And with respect to the subject property today, the entirety of the rear yard and both side yards, but for a very small patch that is right beside the house, is paved with asphalt. So there's no permeability on the site today.
Okay, thank you. I think that we can ask you questions and then more detail will come through anyway.
I really do need to address trees as well, Madam Chair, so I would appreciate if I could get a comment on that.
Is on our list of questions, on my list of questions.
Okay, thank you.
So we will address the urban forestry comments. Yeah. Okay, so now we our turn for questions. Yes, please.
Just a quick question. May I assume that you are aware of the forestry? Okay.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to address it because it is important. So again, I find myself in a situation where I have to raise concerns with how the forestry review process goes. We submitted an arborist report to urban forestry, which indicates preservation of the trees. We got a very last minute report right at the deadline time from urban forestry that expressed concern about 2 of the trees that are in the adjacent rear yard to the south, 2 silver maples. So my client went out and did an additional arborist report to get a second opinion. Yes, sir.
Let me just interrupt you.
Yes.
The reference I'm making is to forestry saying deny variances 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9. And it's not, they're not discussing trees. They're discussing soft landscaping, for example, Inganamur and the two. So could you address those perhaps?
Yes.
You're aware of those.
Thank you. I am aware of them. I have the forestry report with me. I believe that there was mention about concern with respect to those variances. I'm aware that they mentioned soft landscaping. What I will say is this. If you read that report, forestry did not address, even though it came after the revisions were made that were improvements that we've discussed here today, forestry did not consider in their report the fact that we increased the south side yard setback. It did not consider the fact that we increased the soft landscaping and the overall landscaping, or rear yard soft landscaping. And forestry did not mention the fact or consider the fact at all that the entirety of this site, but for a small patch, is currently paved. So what we are proposing through this application is actually going to be a significant improvement to the soft landscaping that exists on the site. And I did hear, actually, I heard earlier today, I wasn't here, but I was listening, a request about permeable paving that was made on an earlier file as a condition. And I didn't want to forget to mention that is something that would be acceptable to my client, that any paved walkways, any new paving that's installed on the site will certainly be permeable paving. We're going to do it anyway. So that's something that would be acceptable as a condition. And then there was mention from a neighbor. I do just want to confirm that we have had not 1, but 2 arborists who have taken a look at the trees. There is some encroachment into the tree protection zone of those 2 trees to the south that would necessitate an injury permit. But the second arborist has indicated that with a cutout of the basement and the use of a helical pier to support the ground floor and above, that encroachment into the tree protection zone can be minimized without so no significant injury to the root systems of those trees. So it's something that we have absolutely considered. We've addressed it, I think, beyond what should be necessary for the zoning stage. And the conditions that forestry has asked for will absolutely ensure that this matter is addressed through the building permit process. If we can't satisfy forestry and the neighbor to the south with respect to the preservation of those trees, then we won't get a building permit. So,
Actually, I want to follow up Mr. Byers' question and your response. You say that your proposal is actually an improvement in terms of soft landscaping of the current site. I can't understand that part, especially if you refer to variance 5. You are asking additional like 6 meter depth of the building. How can that be an improvement in terms of soft landscaping?
so if I could ask staff to turn to slide 5, there's a photo of it that shows this quite clearly, I think.
Okay, yeah. I just
So,
wanted to
so
understand.
basically, and to answer your question, Madam Chair, while we're looking at that, the entirety, thank you.
Mhm.
And then just, sorry, that does show, I mean, that slide as well shows, yeah. But the intent of the one that we just looked at was to, yes, if we could zoom in on that picture on the left.
Mhm.
So you can see, and that's a picture standing essentially behind the house, the triplex that's on the site right now, looking towards the backyard. I've been there myself. I walked it myself. There is a very small patch of grass right beside the building. The rest of the rear yard is paved or occupied with the garage.
Yeah, I understand, but the thing is that it's a new proposal. You're not going to leave the site paved, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if you will build within the depth requirement, that will leave you a lot of room for soft landscaping. That's what I can't understand. The argument is an improvement, or whether it's an opportunity to actually meet the requirement.
Well, I mean, so I'll say a couple of things to that. One, this goes back to the consideration of this as an apartment building, which I referred to earlier. If this were considered a multiplex, the garden, the suite, the area of the suite occupied for the garden suite is not included in those soft landscaping calculations. So, I mean, that leaving aside, I do understand this is an apartment building, but there are some technical aspects to that variance. The second part is whether it's an opportunity or not. And I do understand your comment, Madam Chair,
Yes.
but the reality is today, the existing site is almost 100% paved. It is almost 100% hard surface.
I agree with that point, yeah.
And so what we're doing here, not only is it consistent with what else has been approved and built within the neighborhood, it is consistent with what exists in the neighborhood. There is going to be more room for drainage on this site. And those are changes that is an improvement in my respectful submission, which wouldn't happen if this proposal didn't go forward.
See, I can understand your argument. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, and sorry, my client, it is important, I'm sorry, but just to that point, we're talking about the depth variance specifically, and the depth variance is something that has been routinely granted. It routinely exists and has been routinely granted, that and higher magnitude depth variances in this neighborhood. So there's nothing unusual about this. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions I do have a few questions here. I just want to know whether this application is exempted from site plan approval process, right?
It is.
It
Yeah,
is.
it's not subject to site plan.
Yeah, and I just can understand why the garbage issue will come out so late. Yeah.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, I do think it's been addressed, and I actually think even though this is not subject to site plan, there is more design control that is being proposed voluntarily by my client than people would even be entitled to under a site plan approval process. So
There's another question is that you, in your presentation material, the first, you have a very nice tree, like colorful color rendering of the proposed, right?
Yes.
Is this rendering had been presented to your neighbors when you're in consultation with them?
It absolutely was presented. There was a similar rendering presented on October 21st. Which at that meeting that I attended, it was a little bit different, but we heard some of the comments and it was subsequently refined.
Yeah.
I don't know if you sent it directly.
No, the reason why I asked is that,
Yeah.
the reason why I asked this question is that in our standard package, we have your architectural drawings and all. This only appear in the supplemental material that we received. So I even myself saw it quite late. And I just wonder whether they
Yeah.
have seen it before.
They did. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay, thank you. And also the last question is that this is this official plan is designated as a neighborhood what, designated neighborhood?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you very much, yeah. And that's all my questions.
And I should say, it is designated neighborhoods, but of course, apartment buildings up to 4 story, or even, does it
Yeah,
now say up to 6?
That's
But
fine, that's fine.
yeah.
You have answered my questions. I just want to, and the existing building, as you presented as existing, is not existing anymore, right?
No, I'm sorry, I should have answered that as well. It is absolutely still there. My client started the
It's still
permit.
there?
Yeah.
I thought it's been
It's not
been
demolished. My client has applied for a building permit as a backup plan and has a demolition permit that has been, I don't think it actually has been issued yet. It has been issued now. But it hasn't, but no steps have been taken to demolish the building. My client intends to proceed with this proposal.
No, I mean,
But yes.
the earlier,
Somebody said it was demolished.
I just got a little bit confused.
Yeah.
The Google map is outdated, and also I walk by the street almost every second day, yeah.
That building is there today. It's still there, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to ask about you said there was a second arborist report, and I just want to know if that's been given to urban forestry staff.
It has. I don't know if it has. Have you sent it directly to forestry?
It was, the arborist report was only finished on Monday.
That's right. Yeah.
So
because we only,
staff haven't seen it then, really.
I mean, it's been uploaded to the committee's website, but whether it's.
staff doesn't really respond to anything until after a committee of adjustment hearing. We've been finding with forestry, like we sent them the arborist report and well, they didn't reference it at all in their report whatsoever. So it seems like they just do their own thing. It's not our first time having this issue with forestry. That's why we think that the condition of, the urban forestry condition is sufficient to deal with any issues that come up, as our Amber said. If we can't deal with their conditions, we can't get a building permit anyway.
Okay, I heard that. Fine.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? We finished our questions now. We are in committee. Who would like to start? Okay.
Let me start the ball rolling, Madam Chair. I know we've listened to a lot of a huge variety of perspectives, and I'm glad that they're here, even though some of them are repetitive, but it's important that they be heard. In general, this is a good project, but as one of the speakers noted, what we need in the city, which we don't often see, is good design and consideration of context.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I find that this project would be, sorry, you can't see me.
Yeah.
The project itself would have been fine if the context was different. Forestry has indicated that we refuse 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9, I believe it is.
Correct. Fine.
And even though there have been some revisions made, one revision I think was a 0.1 change, which really, it's not significant at all. And I do have concerns about this, and I understand the agent's comment about the fact that many of these properties have concrete backyards, but you are proposing a new construction. You should not be suggesting that, oh, we're changing some things, but that's an improvement. I don't believe that. The depth itself, I think, is excessive. We're asking from 17 to 23, as you mentioned, 6 meters. So I think in general, it would have been the project would have been fine, different location, different site. So I find this application problematic from that perspective.
Can I?
And so I find it very difficult to support.
I actually I put in a lot of thoughts on this one. And I can tell you a lot of people draw that they are in the neighborhood. I can also say that I'm in a bigger neighborhood, but I walk through this site almost every week. So it is one of the sites that you go in and that you feel as just an ordinary person that this is a unique thing for Toronto. Although I think that it takes a whole neighborhood and community to actually push it into like a pond that is deserved to be preserved to a certain degree. And that's all. There's a lot of properties already converted in multi units, but they do it in a way without really destroying the architectural heritage of this street. And in particular, I think that in the staff report, it did mention that they have negotiated with them and tried to reduce some of the variances. And I find that those reductions are just minimal and it's not really touching the major thing, which is that it is a designated neighborhood. And if you see the definition of neighborhood is to say that to preserve and then also just allow appropriate or moderate variation. And there's a whole paragraph about neighborhood. If anyone want to research that although it is very open for interpretation, I understand that. Whether it is this alteration will really totally destroy the neighborhood. So I go back to Ms. Bayer's comment about whether this is a desirable development. I support his view that this is not desirable for this neighborhood, mainly because that it is not in the neighborhood, there are a lot of variation in architectural expression, but they still fall into the harmonious build form. And I think this build form is actually exceeding will sort of destroy the character of that street. And that is open for the interpretation. Of course, the people might disagree with me on that. But looking at the variances number, sorry, I have to find it. Number 1 and number 5 is, I find that they're excessive and I cannot support those either. Thank you. Yeah, that's my.
I can add a few comments, but I think you've said it quite well. I think that when you see a number of variances like this, FSI considerably higher than landscape, we sometimes can say, okay, that's a little out of balance, but the remainder are in balance. But because so many are out of, in my time, are not minor, I don't find the application supportable. I think that and on a personal side of it is that, this is a beautiful neighborhood because of its tree canopy, because of a lot of, and I think, although it's not measurable, I think forestry tries to protect that and try to maintain the urban forest. And I don't think we can take shortcuts around protecting that. I think it has to be carefully considered. And I take forestry's comments very seriously. If they reject it, that they don't say reject it lightly. They don't make those recommendations. So for a variety of reasons, I find that the overall proposal is not minor in variance, and I won't support it.
Okay. So if there are more comments, it seems that we have a motion on the floor.
Certainly, if Mr. McKay doesn't have to add, yeah, I'd like to move a motion, Madam Chair, to refuse this application.
As amended?
As amended, thank you.
Do we have a second to that motion? Mr. Gogan, so second. All in favor to refuse? Unanimously refuse. Thank you. It's refused, yeah. Thank you for coming. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have 2 more applications to hear before we take our lunch break.
Okay, 17 and.
Yes.
Our breakfast break. What are we doing?
So item 17 and item 18.
Oh, we have 18 too. Okay, 17 is 3 Grange Avenue. This is to alter the existing 2.5-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a platform and stairs. A 3rd-story addition with a rear balcony and a 4th-story rooftop deck with a staircase enclosure. And there will be a total, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, there will be a total of 3 residential units on this lot, and we have received a site plan, a survey site plan, floor plan and elevation, a revised site plan, floor plan and elevations, and four photographs and a cover letter from the agent, and email corresponding and presentation material from agent. We received comment from community planning and also our position from 98 Beverly Street. And that's all we have received, and we're ready for the agent.
Madam Chair, we have the agent ready online.
Okay. Okay.
You've been unmuted.
Hello, yes, good afternoon,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, please, let's know your name and address. Yeah.
My name is Greg Davidovich, 101 Robert Hicks Drive, North York, Ontario.
Yes. I noticed you have made some revisions. Can we go through the revision first?
Sure, yes, we consulted with planning staff. We revised the building depth to decrease it to increase the rear yard setback. The original rear yard setback was 4.7. In consultation with planning, they requested we reduce it to 5 meters, or increase it to 5 meters, I'm sorry. So we increased the setback to 5 meters, as well as set back the balcony to 5.5 meters, and that received planning support.
Yeah, that's the only variance, right? Number 2, you revise it. Yeah.
It was for the building depth was decreased and the setback was increased.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. So the plans are reflecting this, the revised plan reflecting this change. Yeah.
Yes, we submitted revised plans reflecting the revised setbacks and depth.
Thank you. So we are ready for. By the way, you do not have any opposition, or do you have any? Just one.
No.
Wait, there's no one else speaking for this item, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, no speakers.
No speakers. So I'm going to check, see whether we require presentation or we do have questions for you.
No, just do have a question.
Yeah, we have some questions. So we are not going to need a presentation from you, but we go to the questions now. Okay.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I think on the third floor, rear third and second rear, you've got balconies and some screening, but I imagine there's probably some overlook on either both sides, which I think is east and west sides. So I would recommend that we put in a condition that that we install privacy screening.
Yes, no problem. No problem.
Thank you.
So do we have a precise description of location?
It's well, I'm looking at the west elevation.
Okay.
It's rear second story and rear third story decks that they have privacy screening on the east and west sides.
East and west side.
It's
Okay.
east and west.
Okay. That's good. So any more questions? No. So we do not have any more questions for you. So we are ready to discuss in the on this application. So
thank you.
We are in committee now.
And there is, of course, one, sorry, Chair, to interrupt. There is a planning condition attached as well.
Yeah, they have to tie to the revised site plan. So, but do we have a motion or do we have a discussion
My
first?
colleagues, okay, I'd like to move a motion to approve this application with two conditions. One is that the rear second and third story decks have privacy screening on east and west sides.
Yeah.
And of course, planning has a condition that the proposal be constructed substantially in accordance with drawing A-SP.
Yeah, the revised as amended application. Okay.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, Mr. McKay, second.
Certainly second that.
Yeah. All in favor of the conditions and the amended addendum? All in favor, unanimously approved. Thank you. Approved. So that's.
We have another promise.
We have 363. Item number 18, 364 Palmerston Boulevard. This is to alter existing 3-story dwelling by constructing a 2-story rear addition with a rear ground floor deck with stairs. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, 5 photographs and presentation material from agent. We receive comment from Urban Forestry and also receive 3 addresses of support on Palmerston 371, 73, and 66. I guess that 66 is a neighbor, just adjacent neighbor, and also 381 Markham Street. And we haven't received any oppositions on this application. So we are ready for the agent.
Hello, Franco. You've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you kindly, staff. Franco Romano, Action Planning 321 Lakeshore. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the panel.
I think that you do not have any opposition. You have some support. I just see whether we need a presentation first.
Yes, of course.
Do we have questions? Yes, we do.
Yeah,
we have some questions. Yeah.
Just wanted to ask a question on your site plan. Just make sure I get the number right. Sorry, bear with me. I'm just trying to get your site plan.
Number 1?
Sorry, it's, yeah, I think it's number 1 site plan. In any event, on the site plan, there's an indication of proposed path and proposed landscape, and then you've got existing path and existing paths already. But would you be okay with the condition that the proposed hardscapes be produced out of permeable materials?
Thank you for that question through you, Madam Chair. No, I would not be okay with having that as a condition. I'm happy to walk through my presentation, but much of that rear yard today is hardscape. And the proposal is actually increasing the hardscape from an existing 65 square meters to a proposed 77 square meters. The delta on the variance is only 4.27 square meters. And having that rear patio would be substantially larger than the 4.27 meter differential. It would be a cost hardship on the owner. I would also submit to help answer the question that existing parking area that's on an angle shown on the site plan actually has a structure associated with it, and you can see that on slide number 2. Slide number 2 shows that the parking area has a structure that is being removed. And that structure currently offloads water runoff onto the lane, whereas removing it actually allows for the water to percolate. So I believe that there's a number of elements that are being an improvement. And I would say that in this instance, having that porous paver condition would be a hardship to the owner.
Okay. So, all right.
You are deficient, though, I suppose, in the rear soft landscaping by about 3.5%.
Or 4.27 square meters.
Yeah, it's not very much.
No.
Thank you. Explanation.
Normally, I would accept that condition, but I think in this case, I can't accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Okay, we still have questions.
Looks like there's an urban forestry condition, number 2. Familiar with that? Are you okay with that?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, that condition is appropriate, and happy to have that attached to any approval the committee may grant. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. McKay, yeah.
I'm prepared to move that we approve these 3 variances subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Okay, thank you. And second, Mr. Gauguin, second. All in favor of approval of the forestry condition? All approve unanimously. Yeah.
Very good.
It's approved. Thank you. And that is morning session. And yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, then we will be back at 10 after 4.
10 after
Yeah.
4.
What are we going to do here? Because it's taken all this time to get half that, and we still have half.